Chapter 2038. Lin Tian's voice was calm, but it sounded extremely arrogant in the ears of the immortal bestowment ancient island's patriarch and the others. Patriarch, don't waste your breath on him. Didn't his master say that he doesn't care if anyone from his generation fights with him? Let me deal with him. A young man stepped out and said, coldly. He was wearing a purple robe, and his energy was extraordinary. He carried a sage's aura. Saint. Seeing the young man step out, the disciples of the immortal bestowment ancient island were shocked. The immortal bestowment ancient island's patriarch looked at him and said, Yaoi, step back! The young man was called Yu Yaoi, and he was a rare genius in the immortal bestowment ancient island. His cultivation was at the 9th heaven of the sage realm, just like Lin Tianyi. However, he knew that Yu Yaoi was no match for Lin Tian. Patriarch, don't worry. I have cultivated the immortal bestowment divine art to a higher level, and I can break through to the Sage King realm at any time. I'm different from before. Yu Yaoi did not step back. Instead, he walked out with greed in his eyes. His master said that even if someone from his generation kills him, he won't do it. Everyone knows that. Now I'll kill him and take the reincarnation origin. He was very fast, and in the blink of an eye he was 3 feet away from Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at this person with a calm expression. Little brat, you dare to say that you'll kill Lin Tian and take the reincarnation origin? Are you out of your mind? What makes you think you can do that? The white tiger mocked. Yu Yaoi snorted and stared at Lin Tian. Powerful saint light shot out from his body, causing the void around him to distort. In the next moment, he waved his right hand, and a blood-red baodan appeared in his hand. He swallowed it quickly. Boom! Immediately, his sage's aura surged. Phantom Moon Thunder Yen Pill. Those from the quasi-saint to the Sage King realm can temporarily increase their combat power by 10 times. The disciples of the immortal bestowing ancient island were startled. They clearly saw what the blood pill Yu Yaoi had just swallowed was. Rumble. Yu Yaoi's saint aura was rolling outside his body. His essence, chi, and spirit had become much stronger. His entire body was shrouded in saint aura as if he was made of light. The air was screaming because of this powerful saint aura. Yaoi, step back! Patriarch Feng Xian shouted. Even though Yu Yaoi's combat strength had increased tenfold, he still didn't think that Yu Yaoi could stop Lin Tian. Furthermore, this time around, he directly raised his hand and grabbed at Yu Yaoi, wanting to pull him back. However, Yu Yaoi moved the moment he raised his hand. He turned into a ray of light and pounced towards Lin Tian. Old ancestor, don't worry. I will suppress the reincarnation body today. The essence of reincarnation belongs to us, the League of Immortals. As he spoke, he rushed in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. His eyes were filled with greed and excitement as he raised his hand and pressed it down. 10 times the fighting strength. Although I will have to pay a price in the future, it is worth it to suppress a reincarnated body. Thank you for coming here, personally. Lin Tian stood where he was and looked at the saint of the immortal bestowing ancient island who was rushing towards him. He didn't say anything. He merely flicked his finger and a ray of golden light flew out. It instantly annihilated the surging saint aura outside his opponent's body. Then, with a poof, it pierced through his opponent's forehead. Yu Yaoi trembled violently. His charging figure suddenly stopped. The light of life in his eyes quickly dissipated. Recently he had made a breakthrough and was infinitely close to the Saint King realm. Now, with the baodan increasing his fighting strength tenfold, he was full of confidence. He believed that he was invincible under the Saint King realm. Even a reincarnated body wouldn't be able to stop him. Even if Lin Tian could stop him after his battle prowess increased by 10 times, or even if he was no match for Lin Tian after his battle prowess increased by 10 times, it would still be fine. He believed that the ancestors of the immortal bestowment ancient island would save him. However, he didn't expect that with his fighting strength increased tenfold, he would rush towards Lin Tian at that moment. With just one attack, with just a simple flick of Lin Tian's finger, everything he had was crushed. He could feel that his life was coming to an end. There was no turning back. His vision quickly dimmed. All the light was disappearing bit by bit. At the last moment of his life, his heart was filled with fear and despair. He stuttered out the last 3 words. Then his life aura completely disappeared. At the same time, the immortal bestowing ancient island's patriarch's hand reached out and grabbed him. However, what he grabbed was only a corpse. Saint, the immortal bestowing ancient island's disciples' expressions changed. They couldn't help but tremble. Their saint was extremely powerful. Furthermore, he had consumed the Baodan that increased his fighting strength by 10-fold. However, he was killed with just a flick of a finger. Reincarnation flesh. With a furious roar, the immortal bestowing ancient island grabbed Yu Yaoi's corpse and glared at Lin Tian. Beside him, the immortal bestowing ancient island's current island master, Supreme Elder, and the others were also glaring at Lin Tian with anger and hatred. Yu Yaoi was their immortal bestowing ancient island's strongest genius in recent generations. His talent was outstanding, and he might even reach the Dominator realm in the future. However, he was killed by Lin Tian just like that. Such a loss was too great. With Yu Yaoi around in the future, their immortal bestowment ancient island would definitely be countless times stronger than it was now. All of them were looking forward to the day when Yu Yaoi truly grew stronger. They were looking forward to the day when the immortal bestowment ancient island would undergo a qualitative change. But now that expectation was gone. All of their hopes were crushed by Yu Yaoi with a flick of his finger. Facing their gazes, Lin Tian's expression remained calm. Angry? Hate me? Do you have the right to be angry and hate me? Yu Yaoi wanted to kill him to retrieve the reincarnation origin. Now that he had killed him, these people still had such an expression on their faces. It truly disgusted him. Looking at these people, his expression gradually turned cold as he glanced at the other disciples of the immortal bestowing ancient island. I'll say it one last time. Other than the immortal bestowing ancient ancestor, the rest of you should leave at once if you don't want to die. Otherwise, don't blame me in the future, he said coldly. Following his words, the white tiger and the little Taichu were the first to make their moves. They flew out of the island. Little bastards of the immortal bestowing ancient island. Kid Lin has given you a chance. If you want to live, leave now. The white tiger curled its lips and said while flying out of the island. The scene startled many people of the immortal bestowing ancient island. They were utterly confused. Weren't these 2 beasts close to Lin Tianyi? Why did they not care about Lin Tian at this moment? Why did they run out of the island? At the same time, there were also quite a few people who had a bad premonition. Looking at this scene, thinking back to Lin Tian's words and the white tiger's words, they felt that if they didn't leave, something bad would definitely happen. However, even so, no one left. They did not think that a saint could do anything to the immortal bestowing ancient island, even if he was a reincarnated body. After all, one's cultivation level determined everything. I've given you a chance. Don't blame me if you die later. Lin Tian glanced at the crowd and said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he released his aura and entered the Saint King realm again. Boom! Chapter 2039. The pitch-black lightning vortex covered the sky. Blood-red lightning bolts connected one after another. The entire area became oppressive. The entire immortal bestowment ancient island and the nearby islands were completely covered by the lightning vortex. The space crackled and twisted inch by inch. Everyone below the immortal bestowment ancient island was shocked. At this moment, everyone felt a terrifying aura of destruction descend upon them. Even their spirits couldn't help but tremble. Heavenly tribulation. Everyone shuddered. Even the most powerful celestial realm patriarch was shocked. The lightning vortex that appeared in the sky was too terrifying. The destructive energy waves made him feel like he was about to die. You've reached the Saint King realm. You're here to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Celestial Realm Patriarch was furious. He could sense that Lin Tian had reached the Saint King realm from the Saint Realm 9th level. He also knew that the heavenly tribulation was attracted by Lin Tian. The destructive aura made him unable to care about the fact that the peerless genius of his line had been killed by Lin Tianyi. The aura of the heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. The Peak Saint King was not surprised that Lin Tian could attract the heavenly tribulation when he reached the Saint King realm. When the secret of Lin Tian's reincarnation physique was spread, the scene of Lin Tian undergoing the heavenly tribulation was also spread. All the cultivators in the heaven realm knew that Lin Tian's reincarnation physique continued to attract the heavenly tribulation. The immortal bestowment ancient island's current island master, the ordinary elders and grand elders were also shocked and furious. Dong! Thunder rumbled in the sky, exploding one after another. Lin Tian stood in the middle of the heavenly tribulation. He glanced at Celestial Realm Patriarch with an indifferent expression. The other disciples were disappointed. The heavenly tribulation hasn't fallen yet. You still have time. Other than Celestial Realm Patriarch, those who don't want to die leave, he said. As his words faded, another bolt of thunder exploded in the sky. It was as if he was trying to show off his might. The disciples on the immortal bestowment ancient island shuddered upon hearing the thunderous roar. These disciples couldn't help but look at Ancestor Fengxian, Island Master Fengxian, and the other big shots from their own faction. In the next moment, some people immediately moved and fled out of the treasure island. They were really shocked by the heavenly tribulation that Lin Tian had attracted. These disciples of the immortal Sealing Island felt that a random bolt of lightning from such a heavenly tribulation would be enough to take their lives. With the first person taking action, more people began to take action. All of them began to flee. These people were very clear about the strength of their clan. The strongest protective array was at the Saint King level, the strongest precious weapon was at the Saint King level, and the strongest ancestor was also at the Saint King level. It was impossible for them to withstand such a heavenly punishment. When the heavenly punishment fell, this place would definitely be destroyed. If they continued to stay, they would definitely be annihilated by the lightning. Therefore, at this time, how could these disciples dare to stay? Although it would be unfair to the sect to flee at this time, it was still better than staying behind and throwing away one's life. Preserving one's life was the most important thing, and no one was willing to die like this. Bastard! Ancestor Fengxian was enraged when he saw this scene. His own disciples were fleeing in front of the enemy. Now they were fleeing in front of him, the ancestor. He immediately attacked, and a large amount of killing light swept out, enveloping the group of disciples who were fleeing. Who dares to flee? Die! He roared. However, even though he attacked and roared, he still couldn't stop the disciples from fleeing. This was because the disciples who were fleeing at this time knew very well that if they fled at this time, Ancestor Fengxian would mercilessly punish them by killing them. However, it would be difficult for him to attack everyone at the same time. In the end, they still had a chance to survive. However, if they stayed, Lin Tian's heavenly punishment would fall, and they would definitely die. The heavenly punishment was too terrifying, and there was no way to deal with it. Therefore, in comparison, they naturally chose to continue fleeing. At least they still had a chance to survive. Swoosh! 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 The sound of the air being torn apart continued to be heard as one disciple after another fled towards the outside. All of them were filled with urgency and fear. Ancestor Fengxian was extremely angry. He attacked mercilessly, personally killing the disciples of the immortal Sealing Ancient Island one after another. However, it still didn't have any effect. It could not stop the disciples from fleeing. Bastard! Ah! For a moment, this peak saint ruler expert couldn't help but roar in anger. His immortal sealing ancient island had been passed down for countless years. However, now a single person came to his immortal sealing ancient island and caused all his disciples to abandon their sect and flee. How humiliating was this? Lin Tian stood under the heavenly punishment and watched everything calmly. His gaze landed on Ancestor Feng Xian. How does it feel to be abandoned by your friends? This is the price you have to pay for stealing my source. This is only the first step. Next, you will slowly experience death and watch your immortal sealing ancient island walk toward destruction in my hands. As he spoke, he moved and walked toward Ancestor Feng Xian step by step. Ancestor Feng Xian was furious. Reincarnation body, you've crossed the line. When you tried to steal my source, did you think of those 2 words? Lin Tian's expression didn't change, nor did his pace. He continued to walk toward Ancestor Feng Xian. Weren't you completely fine in the end? What did I really do to you? How dare you take revenge like this? Ancestor Feng Xian roared in anger. How can you say such disgusting words? You've really wasted all your years living like a dog. Lin Tianlong laughed. Because his evil intentions didn't succeed, he didn't cause any real harm to him. Therefore, he shouldn't take revenge? After speaking, he didn't say anything else and directly attacked. He raised his hand and threw out the Reincarnation Emperor's fist. With a loud boom, he activated the Reincarnation Emperor's fist with his Saint King realm cultivation. At the same time, he also activated the Reincarnation Forging Divine Art. Immediately, the power of the fist was vast and mighty. This simple punch shattered everything. Ancestor Feng Xian faced this punch and couldn't help but tremble because of this punch. He became even more furious and let out another roar. He took a step forward and activated a Saint King Realm Grand Skill to meet this powerful punch. In the blink of an eye, his grand skill collided with Lin Tian's fist light. A deafening explosion erupted and the fist light and divine art were both shattered. At this moment, Lin Tian continued to step forward and instantly appeared in front of him. He extended his right hand and formed a sword finger. A golden sword light appeared and directly slashed at Ancestor Feng Xian's head. Poof! Blood splattered. Ancestor Feng Xian couldn't dodge and was directly beheaded. A large amount of Saint King blood splattered everywhere. Ancestor. Chapter 2040. The immortal sealing ancient islands island master and the supreme elders were all stunned. Their peak Saint King, the strongest person of this generation, was beheaded in the blink of an eye. What kind of battle prowess was that? Even the white tiger, who was watching from afar, was astonished. This brat is really terrifying. Lin Tian had just entered the Saint King realm, and he hadn't even passed the Saint King tribulation yet. Yet he could already suppress a peak Saint King so easily. It was truly shocking. One had to know that there were 9 small cultivation levels between them. Even the little Taichu beside him widened his eyes in shock. Boom! On the immortal sealing ancient island, a dazzling Saint King rushed up. The immortal sealing ancient ancestor was beheaded, but his godly soul was not destroyed. At this moment his body reformed, and he stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. He was shocked because Lin Tian had just entered the Saint King realm, but his battle prowess was already so strong. He couldn't block it just now. He was furious because he, a Saint King who had been in the Saint King realm for tens of thousands of years, was beheaded by a junior. It was truly humiliating. To him, it was a great humiliation. Lin Tian looked at him indifferently. He took a simple step forward, and Saint Light surrounded his body as he charged at the immortal sealing ancient ancestor again. Come! The sound of a sword rang out. Outside his body, sword lights appeared. With sharp sword intent, he directly slashed at the immortal sealing ancient ancestor. Wherever the sword chi passed, a shockingly huge crack appeared in the void. The immortal sealing ancient ancestor attacked again, using an even more powerful technique to block Lin Tian's sword chi. Attack together, kill him together. His expression turned cold as he clenched his fists. Today he came to our immortal sealing ancient island to cause trouble. First, he killed our peerless genius. Then he threatened and forced our disciples to flee. Even if we kill him, his master won't be able to say anything. The current island master of the immortal sealing ancient island and the 7 grand elders shuddered when they heard the words of the celestial sealing ancestor. However, they clenched their teeth and nodded with a gloomy expression. Now, Lin Tian was here, threatening the disciples one after another, saying that he wanted to kill their old ancestors and destroy the immortal bestowment ancient island. How could they be willing to accept this? Each and every one of them was an important figure in the immortal sealing ancient island. Naturally, they could not watch as their own ancestor was killed by Lin Tian. They could not watch as Lin Tian destroyed the entire immortal sealing ancient island. They had no choice but to intervene. Moreover, Venerable Feng Xian was right. It was Lin Tian who had come here to cause trouble for them, not the other way around. Therefore, if they killed Lin Tian in this situation, they wouldn't need to worry about Lin Tian's master pursuing the matter. If we join forces, he won't be our match. Kill him as soon as possible, and the heavenly tribulation will naturally disperse. Our sect will not be threatened by the heavenly tribulation. Kill him and take the reincarnation source. He came here to cause trouble. Even if he's killed, he can't blame us. The current island lord and the 7 great elders spoke. Their eyes turned cold, and at the same time they were filled with greed. They naturally wanted the reincarnation source. Previously, they were afraid of an old drunkard, so they didn't dare to do anything to Lin Tian. However, at this moment, they had figured out the problem. Their greed for the reincarnation source was fully revealed. Activate the sect-protecting, killing formation. Summon the hidden treasure weapon. Venerable Feng Xian yelled. Then the island lord and the 7 great elders moved together, each forming a seal. Immediately, the entire immortal bestowment ancient island was surrounded by dense Dao runes and formation runes. Each of the formation runes and Dao runes intertwined with each other to release a terrifying killing intent. The sect-protecting formation of the immortal bestowment ancient island was activated. At the same time, deep within the immortal sealing ancient island, there was a loud rumble. A blue pearl shot up and arrived above the heads of the 9 people. It immediately intertwined with a shocking Saint King's aura. It was the strongest weapon of this faction, a peak Saint King weapon. Instantly, the entire immortal sealing ancient islands, Dao, runes, and formations intertwined. The aura and the blue pearl mixed together and sealed every corner of the island. Kill! Venerable Feng Xian shouted. The 9 of them activated the Saint King, grade blue pearl together, and activated the sect-protecting killing formation of the immortal sealing ancient island. Together, they pressed down on Lin Tian. A shocking, murderous aura instantly froze the surrounding void. Facing such an attack, Lin Tian's expression was cold. Faint saint light intertwined around his body as he slapped down with his palm. That palm was intertwined with the power of the One Heavenly Soul technique. Together with the reincarnation forging spiritual skill, it increased its power tenfold. With a swoosh, it directly wiped out the killing runes of the sect-protecting killing formation of the immortal sealing ancient island. At the same time, he also activated the weapon controlling technique. He grabbed the Saint King grade pearl that was pressing down on him and wiped out the other people's seals inside. Venerable Feng Xian and the others immediately trembled and staggered back. You, the 9 of them trembled. The 9 of them worked together to attack, but the sect-protecting killing formation lost its effect. Even the Saint King grade treasure was easily taken away by Lin Tian. Damn it! Again! Venerable Feng Xian roared. He rushed toward Lin Tian and tried to grab the blue pearl in Lin Tian's hand. That was the treasure of their faction. How could they let an outsider take it away? Outside his body, the holy light became even stronger, surging violently, shattering pieces of the void. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Without any fancy moves, he simply slapped down and destroyed all the saint light outside the venerable Fengxian. With a bang, the venerable Fengxian was sent flying a few hundred feet away. The Saint King's blood splattered across the sky. Damn it! Take back the Saint King weapon. Join hands, sacrificial soul technique. Kill, kill, kill. Venerable Fengxian and the 7 Supreme Elders were furious. They attacked together, using their strongest moves to attack Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't move at all. He just watched the 8 of them charge at him. He had the reincarnation body. Along the way, he had been refined by heavenly punishment and refined many natural treasures. Although he had just reached the early stage of the Saint King realm, his combat strength was extremely strong. Now that he had the reincarnation forging spiritual technique, even Venerable Fengxian, who was at the peak of the Saint King realm, was as weak as an ant in front of him. The strongest among Venerable Fengxian and the Supreme Elders was only in the 3rd level of the Saint King realm. He didn't care about them at all. I gave you a chance to live, but since you want to attack me and steal my origin, you'll die. His voice was cold as he waved his hand. With a clang, 8 golden sword lights instantly intertwined and slashed directly at Fengxian Island Master and the others who were rushing over. Chapter 2041. The Saint Ruler's blood splattered in the air. The current Island Master and 7 great elders of the immortal sealing ancient island had died. Only the peak Saint Ruler ancestor Fengxian was still alive. Reincarnation body. Ancestor Fengxian was extremely shocked and furious. He rushed over again. Saint Light surged and slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He shattered everything with one palm, then grabbed Ancestor Fengxian and shook him forcefully. Ancestor Fengxian was injured. He couldn't help but cry out in pain and spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Tian's palm seemed light, but it actually carried the power of the godly laws. It directly injured him. Dong! Thunder rumbled. In the sky, the lightning vortex became even more terrifying. The blood-red lightning inside became even denser. Then, the first round of the main lightning punishment finally fell. Everywhere it passed, the void twisted. Moreover, after the first round of the main lightning punishment, there were many other ordinary lightning bolts that landed everywhere on the immortal bestowing ancient island. In just a blink of an eye, dozens of majestic immortal palaces on the immortal bestowing ancient island were destroyed. Lin Tian flicked his finger. A golden light flew out and clashed with the first round of the main lightning punishment, destroying it. I won't kill you for now. I'll let you watch your immortal sealing ancient island being destroyed in my hands. By now, all the ordinary disciples on the immortal sealing ancient island had run away. Only he and Ancestor Fengxian were left on the immortal sealing ancient island. He made his move. He slapped Ancestor Fengxian out of the immortal sealing ancient island. Then he threw out a silver 4 symbols seal Tao diagram, trapping Ancestor Fengxian in the void outside the immortal sealing ancient island. Boom! The sky exploded. At the same time, the second round of the main lightning punishment fell. It was a sea of lightning with shocking destructive power. Lin Tian was fearless. He activated the reincarnation, forging spiritual art. With 10 times his battle prowess, he easily destroyed it. Soon after, thunder rumbled endlessly as round after round of lightning punishment descended. Ear-piercing thunder continued to resound within the range of the immortal bestowment ancient island. As Lin Tian continued his tribulation, more and more lightning bolts landed on the immortal bestowment ancient island, destroying even more immortal palaces. Moreover, as time passed, there were even islands that were struck by lightning bolts. Very soon, they fell to the bottom of the ocean and were swallowed by the boundless ocean. No, stop. Stop! Patriarch Celestial, who was sealed by the Tao diagram of the four symbols, couldn't help but tremble as he watched what was happening. TSK, TSK, serves you right. If you want to steal someone else's source energy, you naturally have to pay the price. The white tiger sneered. Serves you right. Little Taichu echoed White Tiger's words with a childish voice. In front of him, thunder rumbled endlessly. Lin Tian activated the reincarnation, forging spiritual art. Then the lightning divine way, the nature divine way, and the 5 heaven-shaking lightning incantation also activated together, shattering round after round of lightning punishment. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Half an hour later, the last round of the main lightning punishment appeared. Just like before, the sky was still full of lightning figures. Every one of them was intertwined with an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. It was as if they were real and could destroy everything. This round of lightning punishment was incomparably terrifying. However, with the help of the reincarnation forging spiritual art created by Wu Yi, the 5 heaven-shaking lightning incantation that could weaken the power of heavenly tribulation, the lightning divine way, and the nature divine way, Lin Tian easily destroyed it. In an instant, this Saint King tribulation had completely dispersed. 1. 7-colored light appeared, and a 7-colored auspicious cloud appeared. It was a gift after the heavenly tribulation, containing endless power of heaven and earth. Lin Tian refined it. After half an hour, the 7-colored auspicious cloud dispersed, and his essence, qi, and spirit were completely stabilized. Very good, he said to himself. After passing the Saint King tribulation and receiving the baptism of the 7-colored auspicious cloud's power, his battle prowess was even stronger now. It was also at this time that the immortal bestowing ancient island was in a mess. The continuous chain of immortal palaces were completely destroyed, and more than half of the island sunk to the bottom of the sea. The remaining treasured islands were almost all charred black, and there was not a single piece of land that was intact. The huge immortal bestowing ancient island was completely destroyed at this time, no longer existing. He stepped forward, walking out of the immortal bestowing ancient island. Bastard! You bastard! You actually destroyed my sect. You are so cruel. You are a demon. Patriarch Feng Xian roared, almost going crazy. His immortal bestowing ancient island's inheritance had been passed down for countless years, but now it was completely destroyed by Lin Tian, just like that. Lin Tian stepped forward, arriving in front of Patriarch Feng Xian, and said indifferently, "This is the price you have to pay for stealing my origin. The immortal bestowing ancient island was destroyed because of you." He sneered. "How is it? Does it hurt?" Patriarch Feng Xian trembled, shocked and regretful. He regretted stealing Lin Tian's reincarnation origin. That time he did not get anything, but he ended up like this, causing the destruction of his sect that had been passed down for countless years. However, in the blink of an eye, his regret disappeared completely. Endless hatred and madness appeared on his face as he stared at Lin Tian. "You demon, you destroyed my sect. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." "Become a ghost? That's what you have to do." Lin Tian Ondao. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. He directly pointed with his finger and pierced through Patriarch Feng Xian's forehead, shattering his sea of knowledge and divine soul. Then, Patriarch Feng Xian's physical body was also shattered. Patriarch Feng Xian died completely and disappeared from this world forever. You're really powerful. You just entered the Saint King realm, but you destroyed a great sect with a peak Saint King so easily. The white tiger flashed over and clicked its tongue in admiration. Then it rolled its eyes and sighed. However, there should be a lot of treasures in this huge inheritance. But now, under your heavenly tribulation, we can't get anything. The immortal bestowing ancient island was now destroyed beyond recognition. There was no way the treasures inside could be preserved. Don't worry about it. There are dozens of other inheritances that are not weaker than the immortal bestowing ancient island. Go and destroy them one by one. Take all the resources they have accumulated over the years. Lin Tianandao. He had never been a merciful person. He had his own principles. If someone treated him well, he would treat them even better. If someone treated him badly, he would treat them even worse. Not bad, not bad. White Tiger nodded. When he heard Lin Tian's words, he seemed to have seen piles of treasures. He asked, "Then, which great sect are we going to next?" "The celestial land of thunder and fire." Lin Tianandao. With his strength, he could only deal with the people who wanted to kill him and steal the reincarnation origin. The old Saint King of the Thunder and Fire Fairy Land had participated in that. Now he decided to go to the Thunder and Fire Fairy Land. At the same time, he raised his hand and shot out dozens of spiritual imprints, showing him the entire process of destroying the immortal, bestowing ancient island. Chapter 2042. Lin Tian sent out dozens of spiritual imprints, which depicted the destruction of the immortal sealing ancient island. In the blink of an eye, they were sent to all directions. Let's go! As the spiritual imprints disappeared into the distance, Lin Tian called the White Tiger, Little Taichu, to go to the Thunder and Fire Fairy Land. In the heaven realm of nothingness, the sky was blue and there were white clouds floating in the sky. Lin Tian sent out dozens of spiritual imprints, which depicted the destruction of the immortal sealing ancient island. Soon, they were discovered by others, and those who saw them could not help but tremble. Then, the news spread to more places and more people knew about it. The immortal sealing ancient island was destroyed. The reincarnation body has entered the Saint King realm. He destroyed the immortal sealing ancient island on his own. He just entered the Saint King realm, but he could suppress the immortal sealing ancient ancestor, who was at the peak of the Saint King realm. Is this the power of the reincarnation body? In the heaven realm of nothingness, the group of cultivators was stunned. He had just entered the Saint King realm, but he could kill a peak Saint King and destroy a sect on his own. How terrifying was that? No wonder the reincarnation body is known as the strongest physique and bloodline. Indeed, it's terrifying. He was hunted down before, and now he even destroyed the sect and inheritance. He's so powerful. So ruthless. Countless cultivators were shocked. Then, some cultivators thought of something else. The ancient ancestor of the immortal sealing ancient island chased after the reincarnation body to take back the reincarnation origin. Now, the reincarnation body has entered the Saint King realm and destroyed the immortal sealing ancient island. Forces like the Thunder and Fire Fairy Land and the Fantasy Ocean Treasure Pavilion also participated in the hunt for the reincarnation body. Their strength is about the same as the immortal sealing ancient island. Now that the reincarnation body has destroyed the immortal sealing ancient island, his next step, won't he destroy the inheritances of the Thunder and Fire Fairy Land? Many people could not help but tremble when they thought of this. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was possible. Almost at the same time, the illusory Sea Treasure Pavilion and dozens of other inheritances that had participated in the hunt for Lin Tian naturally saw the mental energy imprint of the immortal sealing ancient island being destroyed, and their expressions changed. The immortal sealing ancient island was, how could this be? After destroying the immortal sealing ancient island, the reincarnation body, he's going to deal with us next. Within the dozens of inheritances, the expressions of all the important figures changed. As for the ordinary disciples, they were all horrified. The heaven world was in an uproar again. At this time, Lin Tian and the White Tiger, Little Taichu, were already very far away from the immortal sealing ancient island. Dozens of celestial mountains had already been left behind. It was also at this time that Lin Tian felt a little awkward. He realized that he did not search for the ancient books in the immortal sealing ancient island to find the exact location of the inheritances of the Thunder Fire Immortal Land. As a matter of fact, he had thought about it before he went to the immortal bestowing ancient island. He initially planned to do it before destroying the immortal bestowing ancient island, but he had forgotten about it in the end. But now, the immortal sealing ancient island was completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind. It was impossible for him to search for the ancient books on the immortal sealing ancient island to find the locations of the other great powers. Well, I can only ask someone else. He muttered to himself. He called out to the white tiger and the little Taichu, and once again headed towards the place where the cultivators were densely gathered. Not long after, he arrived at the main road where many cultivators were coming and going. He walked directly to the main road and asked a young cultivator about the exact location of the Thunder Fire Immortal Land. The young cultivator's cultivation base was not high. When he saw Lin Tian appear in front of him, his face instantly turned pale. He did not expect that not long after he saw the Lin Tian destroyed the immortal sealing ancient island's mental imprint, the real person would appear in front of him. At the same time, the other cultivators on the main road beside him all trembled, and their expressions changed drastically. They had also seen the Lin Tian destroyed the immortal sealing ancient island's mental imprint. Many of them could not help but tremble, destroying a great power with a peak Saint King alone. This person in front of them was a super ruthless person. It was terrifying. Fellow Taoist, don't be nervous. I just want to know the location of the Thunder Fire Immortal Land. I have no ill intentions. Lin Tian naturally saw that the young cultivator was afraid, so he spoke again and asked for advice very politely. Then he learned the exact location of the Thunder Fire Immortal Land from the young cultivator's trembling voice. Thank you, fellow Taoist. He thanked the young cultivator, paused, and said again, Well, if you don't mind, can you tell me the locations of other sects with inheritances? He said the names of dozens of great sects with inheritances, such as the Mirage Ocean Immortal Treasure Pavilion and the Luotian Nunnery. The ancestors of these great sects had previously chased after him and tried to steal his reincarnation origin. The young cultivator was very afraid of Lin Tian. When Lin Tian stood in front of him, he felt that he could not even breathe. He only hoped that Lin Tian would leave quickly, so he quickly told him the locations of the Mirage Ocean Immortal Treasure Pavilion and the Luotian Nunnery. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Lin Tiandao thanked him and took out a divine emperor weapon and handed it to the young cultivator. Then he called the white tiger and the little Taichu and left, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. The young cultivator's cultivation was at the peak of the divine realm. Holding the divine emperor weapon that Lin Tian handed to him, he could not help but widen his eyes. Then he immediately showed an excited expression and forgot his fear of Lin Tian. He was only at the peak of the divine realm, but now he had obtained a divine emperor weapon. Moreover, it was a peak divine emperor weapon. It was like a dream. There were many cultivators on this path, but their cultivation was not very high. The strongest one was only at the divine emperor realm. At this time, when they saw the divine emperor weapon in the young cultivator's hand, they could not help but be moved. Their faces were full of shock, because for them, the value of a divine emperor weapon was simply immeasurable. The reincarnation body is so generous. Someone said, staring at the divine emperor weapon in the young cultivator's hand with envy and jealousy. Some people even showed greed in their eyes. A divine emperor weapon was really too valuable for these people. However, although these people were envious and jealous, and some even had greed in their eyes, no one dared to snatch it. This was because Lin Tian, the reincarnation body, had personally given it to them. Moreover, Lin Tian had single-handedly destroyed the immortal sealing island, a powerful sect that had been passed down for countless years. Therefore, how could these people dare to snatch it? They did not have the guts to do so. Lin Tian left the path from before with the white tiger and the little Taichu. At this time, they had already traveled far away, following the coordinates of the Thunder Fire Fairyland that the young cultivator had given them. Not long after, they had left tens of millions of miles behind. At this time, A stretch of celestial mountains appeared in front of them. Divine Qi lingered inside, and there were many magnificent palaces. We've arrived at the Thunder Fire Fairyland. Chapter 2043. Inside the group of immortal mountains. There were many palaces connected to each other. They were dazzling and majestic. Lin Tian brought the white tiger and little Taichu to this place and walked toward the group of immortal mountains. At this moment, when they arrived at the periphery of the group of immortal mountains, a light screen instantly appeared. It didn't have any offensive power, but it was shockingly tough, as if it could block everything. TSK, the Lightning Fire Immortal Land has clearly seen the spiritual consciousness imprints you sent out. This faction is clearly afraid and guessed that you would attack them. Therefore, before this, they seem to have exhausted all their abilities to set up a sealed defensive formation around the periphery of the place where the faction is established. The White Tiger said. In fact, this guess was completely correct. Moreover, at this moment, the group of big shots in the Thunder Fire Immortal Land had noticed that Lin Tian had brought the White Tiger and little Taichu to the periphery of the Immortal Mountains where the Thunder Fire Immortal Land had set up their sect. He's really here. He wants to deal with us like how he dealt with the immortal sealing ancient island. Arrogant bastard. In this branch, inside an immortal palace, 9 big shots gathered together. The one in the lead was wearing a purple robe. He was the strongest ancestor of this generation of this branch. Previously, he had tried to seize Lin Tian's reincarnation origin, but had returned empty-handed in the end. At this moment, the 9 big shots looked at the group of immortal mountains from afar. Their expressions were unsightly and chilling. After seeing the divine consciousness imprint that Lin Tian had sent out to destroy the immortal sealing ancient island, they realized that Lin Tian's battle prowess was really strong. They didn't have the ability to face him head-on at all. In the end, they could only use all their strength to set up a defensive array to block Lin Tian outside the sect. This feeling made them very uncomfortable. We've used all our strength to set up the saint-breaking immortal array with the help of many saint stones. No one below the Dominator realm can break it. You think that you can do anything after entering the Saint King realm, and your battle prowess is so strong. You want to destroy our Thunder Fire Immortal Land? That arrogant brat can only retreat in the end. Several people said coldly. 9 icy gazes landed on Lin Tian. They were filled with anger and dissatisfaction, as well as traces of greed. Reincarnation body. He's actually a reincarnated body. If he didn't have such a terrifying master, we would do everything in our power to seize his origin, even if we were half crippled. What a lucky little bastard. The Thunder Fire Pavilion Master and the others gritted their teeth as they stared at Lin Tian. It was as if Lin Tian was the most powerful treasure in the world. Outside the group of immortal mountains, Lin Tian was looking at the defensive barrier in front of him. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked inside the group of immortal mountains. What happened? The White Tiger asked. Lin Tian smiled indifferently. It's nothing, just a few unfriendly gazes looking at me. Now that he had stepped into the Saint King realm, his divine sense had become much stronger. At this time, even though there was a powerful defensive array in front of him, he could still sense the gazes of Thunder Fire Ancestor and the others on him. The White Tiger was a little surprised. Is it Thunder Fire Ancestor and those old guys? They've already discovered that we're here? Since they've set up such a defensive array, they've naturally been paying attention to the outside of the Immortal Mountains. It's normal for them to discover that we're outside of the Thunder Fire Fairyland. There's nothing to be surprised about. Lin Tiandao. Oh, that's right. The White Tiger nodded and looked at the defensive light barrier in front of him again. Can you break this thing? He could feel that the defensive array in front of him was not simple. It was very tough, so even though he knew that Lin Tian was very strong, he was not sure if Lin Tian could break this defensive array. Of course. Lin Tian nodded. He had mastered the heavenly one-soul secret art. Even in existence, like Mysterious Yellow had praised this technique. with his current Saint King realm cultivation, it would not be easy to break through the spirit array here by relying on the Heavenly One Soul secret art, but it was definitely possible. Immediately, he activated the Heavenly One Soul technique. At the same time, strands of soul power intertwined and surged into the defensive light barrier in front of him. After more than 2 hours, the defensive light barrier was directly crushed by him. "Let's go," he called out to the white tiger and little Tai Chu, and went directly into the immortal mountains. At the same time, in the Thunder Fire Fairyland, Thunder Fire Ancestor and the other great figures' expressions changed drastically. How is this possible? They had spent so much effort to set up the defensive array. No one below the sovereign realm should be able to break it, but now it was broken by Lin Tian. Lin Tian was directly heading towards the Thunder Fire Fairyland. What should we do? The 9 great figures' expressions changed. In a short time, Lin Tian had already led the white tiger and little Tai Chu into the Thunder Fire Fairyland. Will. In the Thunder Fire Fairyland, the ordinary disciples could not help but change their expressions when they saw Lin Tian appear. Outside the front gate, the disciples of the Thunder Fire Fairyland could not help but retreat when they saw Lin Tian. Previously, an old drunkard had established his prestige for Lin Tian, which had already frightened countless cultivators in the heaven realm of nihility. Not long ago, Lin Tian had destroyed the immortal bestowment ancient island to establish his prestige, and these cultivators had also seen it. At this time, when they saw Lin Tian coming to the Thunder Fire Fairyland, they vaguely guessed that Lin Tian's intention was to destroy the Thunder Fire Fairyland, because they knew that the ancestor of this generation of their lineage had taken Lin Tian's reincarnation origin, just like the ancestor of the immortal bestowment ancient island. Lin Tian had destroyed the immortal bestowment ancient island, so naturally he was coming to destroy the Thunder Fire Fairyland. Outside, isn't there a defensive array set up by the ancestors? How? The disciples of the Thunder Fire Fairyland trembled and could not help but retreat. Lin Tian's expression did not change as he looked at the disciples of the Thunder Fire Fairyland. He brought the white tiger, little Tai Chu, to the center of the Thunder Fire Fairyland in the blink of an eye, and looked at the immortal palace in front of him. Clang! Looking at the immortal palace in front of him, he directly raised his hand and a golden sword light flew out, instantly shattering the immortal palace into pieces. The immortal palace was destroyed and debris scattered in all directions. 9 figures rushed out of the palace. They were the ancestor of the Thunder Fire Fairyland, the master of the Thunder Fire Fairyland, and the 7 great elders of this lineage. Among them, the ancestor of the Thunder Fire Fairyland was at the peak of the Saint King realm. As for the other 8, the master of the Thunder Fire Fairyland was at the early Saint King realm, and the 7 great elders were at the 3rd sky of the Saint King realm. Ancestor, master, elders. Seeing these 9 people, the disciples of the Thunder Fire Fairyland could not help but cry out. Now that Lin Tian had come to the Thunder Fire Fairyland, these ordinary disciples were afraid and could only rely on these 9 people. Lin Tian still did not care about these ordinary disciples of the Thunder Fire Fairyland. He did not even care about the master of the Thunder Fire Fairyland and the 7 great elders of this lineage. His gaze only fell on the ancestor of the Thunder Fire Fairyland. We meet again. He looked at the ancestor of the Thunder Fire Fairyland with a faint, playful smile on his face. Facing such an expression, the ancestor of the Thunder Fire Fairyland's face was naturally very ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "What do you want?" "Kill you and destroy the sect. It's that simple," Lin Tian said indifferently. As he said this, he directly raised his right hand and transformed it into a holy light palm, grabbing towards the ancestor of the Thunder Fire Fairyland. The holy light palm was a profound divine technique recorded in the Medicine Encyclopedia. It was intertwined with countless pill patterns and had a terrifying aura. Moreover, he also activated the 5 heaven-shaking lightning art. Strands of black lightning intertwined around the holy light palm. The ancestor of the Thunder Fire Fairyland was shocked and angry. He directly used a great technique to resist. However, it was useless. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered by the holy light palm. Then, the holy light palm continued to press down. The space in all directions was congealed due to the pressure of this holy light palm. The ancestor of the Thunder Fire Fairyland immediately trembled. His eyes were filled with horror, and he could not help but shout, "Stop! Stop! Have mercy!" In this regard, Lin Tian's face only had a trace of disdain. How could he have mercy? Die. Chapter 2044. The Saint King blood floated in the air. With a flick of his finger, Lin Tian annihilated the Saint King blood that belonged to the Thunder Fire Patriarch. Ancestor Lei Hua was a 9th level Saint King and was as powerful as the celestial ancestor. However, he was nothing in Yimo's eyes. Moreover, Yimo had just used 2 powerful divine arts, so his killing power was naturally not small. Therefore, he had killed his opponent in an instant. Old ancestor. The disciples of the Thunder Fire Fairy Land trembled violently. The most powerful person of their generation was killed by Lin Tian with just a wave of his hand. Even the sect master and the 7 supreme elders of the 3rd sky of the Saint King realm couldn't help but tremble. The 8 great figures looked at Lin Tian with fear in their eyes. Some of them even stepped back involuntarily. Lin Tian glanced at them and said calmly, "I came here to kill your old ancestor and destroy this place. I won't kill you. Leave now." Hearing his words, the disciples of the Thunder Fire Fairyland couldn't help but tremble. They never thought that Lin Tian would come here to kill their old ancestor and destroy the Thunder Fire Fairyland. However, he wouldn't kill them. One must know that since the ancient era, the sects that had been exterminated had all had their entire population massacred. Yet, Lin Tian actually did not do that when he came to exterminate a sect. "Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to be destroyed together with the Thunder Fire Fairyland?" Lin Tian looked at them and said. Hearing his words, many of the people from the Thunder Fire Fairyland trembled. They glanced at the Thunder Fire Fairyland's sect master and the supreme elders. Immediately, some of them moved. With their fastest speed, they rushed out of the Thunder Fire Fairyland. They were afraid that Lin Tian would change his mind and kill them all. With the first person taking action, the others naturally followed suit. Very quickly, groups of disciples of the Thunder Fire Immortal Land fled out of the sect, bringing along bursts of sonic booms. Reincarnation body, just you wait. One day, we will definitely seek justice from you. You won't have a good ending. I will definitely avenge this. The Thunder Fire Sect Master and the 7 ancestral elders spoke. Their voices were filled with fear, as well as resentment and hatred as they left the sect. They hated Lin Tian, but they also knew that they were no match for Lin Tian. Only by leaving could they save their lives. Lin Tian glanced at the 8 people indifferently. "You don't have to leave," he said coldly and raised his hand. 8 rays of sword light appeared and slashed straight at the 8 people. He gave these 8 people a way out and didn't want to kill them. However, these 8 people didn't know what was good for them. The resentment and enmity in their eyes was too obvious. It was as if they wanted to fight him to the death in the future. Thus, he naturally wouldn't show them any mercy. He wasn't stupid enough to let these people live when he knew that they would become his enemies in the future and wanted to kill him. 8 streaks of sword light, carrying a sharp sword will, landed above the 8 people in the blink of an eye. The 8 of them trembled as they were filled with fear. The Thunder Fire Sect Master was shocked and furious. "You went back on your word. Puff, puff, puff." 8 glaring bloody mists exploded. Before the Thunder Fire Sect leader could finish his words, his body and soul were directly destroyed. Within the Thunder Fire Immortal Land, not all of the ordinary disciples had run away. When they saw this scene, They couldn't help but tremble. Some of them couldn't help but let out frightened cries. After that, they ran even faster towards the outside of the Thunder Fire Immortal Land. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air being torn apart rose and fell. Only after a full 100 breaths had passed did this place finally quiet down. All the disciples of the Thunder Fire Immortal Land fled. Only Lin Tian, the White Tiger, and little Taichu were left in the huge sect. Loot the treasures. Get moving. The White Tiger roared excitedly. Now that the Thunder Fire Immortal Land's ancestor, sect master, and 7 supreme elders were all dead, and the rest of the disciples had all fled, the Thunder Fire Immortal Land was now their possession. All the treasures and rare treasures inside would belong to them. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was very calm. He led the White Tiger and little Taichu to various places in the Thunder Fire Immortal Land. Not long after, they found many precious treasures. There was 1 Saint King grade treasure, 8 Saint grade treasures, dozens of quasi-saint grade treasures, hundreds of God Emperor grade treasures, and countless other grade treasures. At the same time, they also found a lot of Baodan immortal herbs and some precious materials for refining weapons. There was also a lot of divine Lingjing. Oh, why is there no Baodan or immortal herbs that can help saint grade cultivators increase their cultivation quickly in such a big sect? The White Tiger was a little disappointed. Lin Tian glanced at him and said, "Only sects with Dominator Realm experts would be able to obtain treasured pills and immortal medicines that can allow saints to increase their cultivation in a short period of time. A sect like the Thunder Fire Fairyland doesn't have such treasures." He led the White Tiger and little Taichu to the depths of the Thunder Fire Immortal Land. Not long after, he found even more treasures of shocking value. Finally, he came to the deepest part of the Thunder Fire Immortal Land. There was an ancient pagoda on the ground, and the words Thunder Fire Treasure Pavilion were engraved on the top of the ancient pagoda. He led the White Tiger and little Taichu here and stepped into the Thunder Fire Treasure Pavilion. There were ancient scriptures and divine techniques inside, and they were all extraordinary, especially the Thunder Fire Treasure Tome, which he found at the top of the pavilion, was the most profound. It was the strongest ancient scripture of the Thunder Fire Immortal Land. It was a Saint King grade ancient scripture, and the cultivation methods recorded inside were very mysterious. He looked at the Thunder Fire Treasure Tome, and his eyes flashed as he flipped from the beginning all the way to the end. Didn't you learn all the techniques of those 9 people? Their grades are much higher than this Thunder Fire Treasure Tome. Why are you looking at this Saint King grade Thunder Fire Treasure Tome? The White Tiger asked curiously. Lin Tian finished reading the Thunder Fire Treasure Tome and casually threw it to the White Tiger. "There's no harm in looking at it. You take a look too." Then he flipped through the other ancient scriptures and divine techniques here. He even flipped through the true immortal grade scriptures. The reason for this was because he had reached the Saint King realm. According to Wu Yi's advice, he was preparing to create his own ancient scripture divine technique at the Saint King realm. Only by creating his own ancient scripture divine technique could he truly step into the forest of the strongest in the future. It was difficult for others to surpass their predecessors. In order to create his own ancient scripture divine technique, he naturally had to study other people's techniques. The more he studied, the more helpful it would be for him to create his own technique in the future. Therefore, at this stage, no matter what the grade of the technique was, as long as it was in front of him, he would take a look. Who knows? An ordinary nirvana divine technique might be able to give him great enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, he flipped through one ancient scripture divine technique after another in the Thunder Fire Treasure Pavilion. 3 days and 3 nights passed in the blink of an eye. Let's go. Chapter 2045. Hearing Lin Tian's greeting, the White Tiger nodded. "We've taken all the valuable treasures that we can. It's time to go." Little Taichu flapped its wings and followed Lin Tian. Lin Tian stepped forward and led the white tiger and little Tai Chu into the void. Boom! Rolling thunderbolts surged in an instant, and streaks of black lightning appeared. He activated the 5 heaven-shaking thunderbolts, and the black lightning kept striking down. In the blink of an eye, the Thunder Fire Fairyland was torn into pieces, and the immortal palaces were all destroyed. Where are we going next? The white tiger asked. The Luotian nunnery. Lin Tian. There were dozens of inheritances that he could deal with now, and the Luotian nunnery was one of them. He had already found out the exact location of these great sects when he was flipping through many ancient books in the Thunder and Fire Fairyland. They were not far from the Heaven Realm where he was currently located. It would not take long for him to reach them by simply flying through the air. He took White Tiger and little Tai Chu with him. Not long after, they arrived at the place where the Luotian nunnery was located. Looking around, there were many ancient buildings in the Luotian nunnery, which had an extraordinary Taoist rhyme. Lin Tian led the white tiger and little Tai Chu to the place and directly stepped in. Reincarnation body. Panicked voices came from the Luotian nunnery. Seeing Lin Tian, the disciples of the Luotian nunnery were in a panic. At the same time, these disciples were all women, and they were all very beautiful. The white tiger's eyes immediately lit up. Junior sisters, are you willing to fight with me, slap? Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped it away. This guy's lecherous nature was acting up again. After that, he did not pay attention to the ordinary female disciples of the God Down nunnery. He activated his powerful Saint King-level divine thought and quickly found the God Down ancestor, who was in the depths of this vein. In fact, the God's fallen ancestor had already sensed his arrival. At this time, he rushed out with a Saint King-level divine tower, directly pressing down on Lin Tian. Moreover, at the same time, several other figures followed behind them. They were the sect leader of this generation of the Luotian nunnery, the Supreme Elder, and the others. Each of them held up a saint weapon and jointly launched an astonishing formation, interweaving boundless killing light. For a moment, the entire Luotian nunnery was filled with turbulent winds and clouds. The storm of saint energy was terrifying. Clearly, the old ancestor of this branch knew that Lin Tian was going to kill his way here. He also knew the purpose of Lin Tian's visit. Therefore, just like the Thunder Fire Immortal Land, he had been preparing. At this time, when Lin Tian arrived, he directly charged out from the depths. Originally, I only came to kill the old ancestor of your bloodline. Since you want to make a move as well, then you can disappear together with him. Lin Tian glanced at the old ancestor of the Luotian nunnery, the sect leader, and the supreme elders of this branch, and directly faced him head-on. The 5 Thunders, Sky Shock Technique, and the Chaos Emperor Fist were used together. With the help of the Reincarnation Forging Spirit Technique, his saint energy surged like a raging fire. In the blink of an eye, a few breaths had passed. Poof! The saint energy divine techniques of the old ancestor of the Luotian nunnery, the sect leader, and the supreme elders of this branch were all crushed. The saint weapon was also taken away. Lin Tian used the Ling Tian sword scripture and directly slashed the old ancestor of the Luotian nunnery into pieces. Even his spiritual soul was annihilated. Then, the sect leader of the Luotian nunnery and the supreme elders of this branch naturally met the same fate. They were all killed by him. I won't make things difficult for you. Leave. Looking at the group of ordinary disciples in the Luotian nunnery, he spoke calmly. After the old ancestor of the Luotian nunnery and the others were killed, the disciples in the Luotian nunnery were already trembling in fear from Lin Tian's divine power. At this time, when they heard Lin Tian's words, they immediately fled as if they had been pardoned. In the blink of an eye, only he, the white tiger, and the little Tai Chu were left in the Luotian nunnery. It's time to reap the harvest again. The white tiger clicked his tongue. Lin Tian was very calm. He led the white tiger and the little Tai Chu to various parts of the Luotian nunnery and took away many of the resources of this branch. Finally, he entered the scripture repository of this branch and read all the ancient scriptures and divine techniques in this branch one by one. It took him a full 5 days to finish reading all of them. Then he put away these ancient scriptures and called the white tiger and the little Taichu to leave. Boom! He led the white tiger and the little Taichu to the void above. He activated the 5 heaven-shaking thunder incantation, and black thunderbolts fell one after another. In the blink of an eye, the Luotian nunnery turned into a pile of ruins and was removed from the heaven realm. Let's go. He called the white tiger and the little Taichu and left directly. In the blink of an eye, they were already far away. The sky was blue and white clouds were flowing. In the next 2 months, he led the white tiger and the little Taichu to dozens of sects such as the Mirage Ocean Treasure Pavilion, the Immortal Sword Sect, and the Eternally Fallen Treasure Sect. He killed all the old ancestors of these sects who had tried to seize his reincarnation origin and took away all the accumulation of these sects over the endless years. Then he destroyed all the places where the sects were established. During this process, every time he destroyed 1 or 2 great sects' inheritances, he would send out a divine consciousness imprint. He would broadcast the process of him destroying these great sects to every corner of the heaven realm, so that every cultivator in the heaven realm of nihility would know about it very quickly. Until 2 months later, the dozens of sects were all destroyed. The huge heaven realm of nihility was once again in an uproar. The Immortal Bestowment Ancient Island, the Thunder and Fire Fairyland, the Luotian Nunnery, the Mirage Ocean Treasure Pavilion, the Immortal Sword Sect. Dozens of sects all had peak saint kings guarding them. They had been passed down for at least 1 million years, but now, this is really, the hearts of all the cultivators trembled. They were all frightened by Lin Tian's methods and might. Alone, in the short span of 2 months, he uprooted dozens of great sects with peak stage saint kings. Such a thing had never happened in the heaven realm before. The strongest physique, the most terrifying bloodline. Indeed, he lives up to his reputation. Someone sighed. At the same time, in different corners of the heaven realm, young figures were moving one after another. Their eyes were intertwined with a bright light and majestic sacred aura. He is indeed not simple. He does not disgrace the legend of this physique. The strongest origin should belong to me. The young figures were all vigorous and had almost the same goal. They were all searching for Lin Tian. At this time, Lin Tian and the white tiger and the little Taichu were walking in a celestial mountain. They naturally knew about the uproar in the outside world, but they did not care too much. He walked in the celestial mountain. A bright light flashed in his eyes from time to time, and sacred light intertwined around his body from time to time. Chapter 2046. Lin Tian had cultivated many ancient scriptures and divine techniques, and he had read many ancient scriptures and divine techniques during this period of time. He walked into the celestial mountain, comprehending these ancient scriptures and divine techniques in his mind. The divine light outside his body flickered from time to time. With so many ancient scriptures and divine techniques, it was impossible for him to master all of them in just 2 months. Some of the ancient scriptures and divine techniques could be considered to have been fully understood, but most of them were only briefly read and memorized. Now he had to fully comprehend all of the ancient scriptures that he had read before and had yet to fully comprehend. Whoosh! There was a wind blowing in the celestial mountain. The white tiger and little Taichu had already known that Lin Tian was about to create a new technique. At this time, they could roughly guess that Lin Tian was silently deducing the many ancient scriptures that he had read in the past 2 months, so they were quiet and did not disturb him. Not long after, he walked out of this celestial mountain and stepped into a more ordinary mountain range. He was still quietly comprehending divine techniques. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In half a year, he walked in some inaccessible mountain ranges and fully comprehended all of the ancient scriptures and divine techniques that he had obtained from the Thunder and Fire Fairyland and dozens of other great sections. His essence, chi, and spirit had improved a lot, and his cultivation had also improved a lot. He vaguely showed signs of stepping into the second heaven of the Saint King realm, which made the white tiger unable to help but be moved. Comprehending more divine techniques has such a wonderful effect that it can even improve cultivation. Well, it seems that Tiger Master also needs to comprehend more techniques. It was a little surprised. Little Tai Chu tilted its head and looked at Lin Tian, blinking its big eyes from time to time, but it did not feel any emotion. Find a quiet place. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Tiandao. He led the white tiger and little Tai Chu, and soon entered another inaccessible mountain range and found a valley. Faint white fog floated in the valley, and it was very desolate. He engraved 9 Saint King-level isolation arrays outside the valley, isolating all the aura in the valley from the outside world. Then he came to the center of the valley and sat down on a big rock. "All of you, protect me," he said to the white tiger and the little Tai Chu. Then, without hesitation, he closed his eyes and began to deduce the ancient scriptures. There were many ancient scriptures and divine skills in the world. The essence of these ancient scriptures and divine skills was the special operating method of vital essence, divine power, or saint power. The different operating methods of the ancient scriptures and divine skills made the ancient scriptures and divine skills of different grades and strengths. Now that he had comprehended the various techniques, he was actually trying to create a new way of operating the saint energy. He had cultivated many ancient scriptures and comprehended many secret techniques. These ancient scriptures and secret techniques all had different operating methods. At this moment, he began to refine and borrow the subtleties of the saint energy operating methods of these ancient techniques. He slowly explored and deduced a new operating method of the saint energy, and then used the saint energy in his body as an experiment. Buzz! For a moment, the holy light outside his body was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Sometimes it was like surging sword chi, and sometimes it was like the rumbling of thunder. In the celestial realm of nothingness, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, sprinkling the sky with blazing sunlight. Dozens of great sects of the thunder and fire fairyland were destroyed by the reincarnated body. It has been half a year. Where is the reincarnated body? Those powerful young supremes are now searching everywhere, but no one has found any trace of him. Could it be that he is hiding because he is afraid? After all, the young supreme beings who are searching for him are not weak. Some of them have even reached the level of Saint Venerables. Rumor has it that they can fight against true Saint Venerables. They can even kill some ordinary, early-stage Saint Venerables. More than half a year ago, Lin Tian alone destroyed dozens of great sects of the thunder and fire fairyland, which shocked the cultivation world of the heaven realm. However, after that, there was no movement from Lin Tian in the cultivation world, and there was no trace of Lin Tian. Many experts of the same generation as Lin Tian were searching for him, but to no avail. This made many people in the cultivation world curious. Afraid? It shouldn't be. Judging from the strength of the reincarnated body, it doesn't seem like he is afraid of people of the same generation. That's not necessarily true. Although he is strong and powerful, he is only one person. And now, how many young supremes are searching for him in the heaven realm? If not 10,000, there are at least 9,000, and none of them are weak. Even if he has the strongest king physique and has outstanding battle strength, what can he do? Can he stop so many young supremes of the same generation? This seems to make some sense. In every corner of the celestial realm of nothingness, many cultivators were discussing the matter of Lin Tian hiding for half a year. In the barren mountain valley, Lin Tian was comprehending techniques and creating techniques in the valley. Outside his body, the holy light constantly flashed without any pattern. Around him, the void distorted from time to time, and the gravel on the ground exploded from time to time. From time to time, the power of fire would appear, causing the white tiger and the little Tai Chu, who were guarding him at the beginning, to move more than 1,000 feet away. Buzz! The holy light was intertwining and constantly changing, and the valley was constantly shaking. He closed his eyes and mobilized the holy power in his body, trying different ways of operating it. At the same time, he remembered the advantages and disadvantages of different ways of operating the holy power in his heart, and then improved and broken. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. Half a year later, on this day, he opened his eyes. His face was a little pale, and there was a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. "Are you done?" Seeing that he opened his eyes, the white tiger and the little Taichu flashed over, and the white tiger asked. Lin Tian glanced at it. "Do you think I look like I'm done?" As he spoke, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "You don't." The white tiger curled its lips, paused, and said, "I say, why don't you just forget about it? How many times have you vomited blood in the past half a year? It's better to cultivate the techniques of those 9 people. Anyway, those 9 people's techniques are very strong, and it's enough for you." In the past half a year, it and the little Taichu had been guarding Lin Tian. Almost every 3 to 5 days, Lin Tian would vomit blood. Although it was not serious, it was still an injury. Moreover, he was the one who injured himself, so it was a little speechless. What belongs to others will belong to others. Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he stood up and called the white tiger and the little Taichu to leave the valley and walked out of the valley. "You're not going to continue creating techniques." The white tiger was a little curious. Lin Tiandao, not for now. Chapter 2047. It was difficult to create a technique, but Lin Tian wouldn't give up. He was determined to create his own technique. He led the white tiger and little Taichu out of the barren mountain. "The air outside is much better than in the barren valley," the white tiger said. The little Taichu followed Lin Tian and called out in a childish voice. It seemed to be echoing the white tiger's words. Lin Tian was very quiet. After walking out of the barren mountain, he didn't fly. Instead, he walked like a mortal and casually glanced around. Soon, a road appeared in front of him. There were many cultivators coming and going on it. He and the white tiger and little Taichu walked here and were seen by these cultivators in the blink of an eye. Reincarnation body. On the road, all the cultivators were shocked. A year ago, Lin Tian disappeared after he destroyed the Thunder and Fire Fairyland and dozens of other sections. Many young supreme beings of the same generation searched for him, but no one found him. Now he reappeared. At the same time, some people looked at Lin Tian with their fists clenched. They had great expectations for the origin of reincarnation, but they didn't do anything. Because their cultivation was only at the level of a saint, they didn't dare to attack Lin Tian. "They're looking at you. Some of them are looking at a strange scene, and some of them are staring at a prey. TSK, HSK." The white tiger teased Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian glanced at it and didn't bother with it. He also didn't care about the cultivators on this path. His footsteps didn't change at all and were still as calm as before. He walked into the distance and soon disappeared at the end of this path. He disappeared for a year. Now that he's reappeared, those young supreme beings who were searching for him will come to him soon. Definitely. I wonder what will happen next. Those young supreme beings are very strong. Can the reincarnation body block them all? On the road, the cultivators looked at Lin Tian's figure disappearing at the end of the road. Many of them were still shocked. Lin Tian led the white tiger and little Taichu away from the main road. Several immortal mountains were left behind in the blink of an eye. What appeared to be a plane appeared in front of him. It was also at this moment that he stopped and swept a glance behind him. "Come out." Seeing his sudden reaction and hearing his words, the white tiger and little Taichu were immediately alarmed. "There's someone here?" The white tiger immediately activated its powerful divine sense, then frowned. "There doesn't seem to be anyone here." Even the little Taichu had a curious look on his face. After releasing his powerful divine sense, he did not find anything out of the ordinary. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He glanced behind him and directly threw out a large amount of sword light. Over there, the void was shattered by the sword light that Lin Tian had summoned. 7 figures suddenly appeared, each of them shrouded in dark light. They moved like ghosts and evaded all of the sword light that Lin Tian had thrown out. There really is someone. The white tiger's expression changed. Lin Tian stood in place. His eyes were still indifferent as he scanned the 7 figures. The 7 figures were shrouded in dark light. They were like 7 ghosts, emitting a somewhat cold aura. As expected of the reincarnated being who could destroy dozens of great sects like the Thunder and Fire Fairyland alone. His divine senses are indeed extraordinary. One of them spoke. His voice was like glass rubbing against each other. It was very unpleasant and gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. "Why are you here?" Lin Tian looked at the 7 of them and asked indifferently. In fact, he could guess why the 7 of them had come. They did not have any good intentions. "It's not a big deal. We just want to borrow your reincarnation origin." Among the 7 figures, the person who had spoken earlier spoke again with a cold smile. As his words fell, dark light surged around his body. The coldness rose along with it, and an extremely shocking Sage King aura spread out. At the same time, the other 6 people beside him had dark light of the same origin intertwined around their bodies. They also had Sage King aura surging out. Clearly, they came from the same source and cultivated the same ancient divine techniques. They're all peak Sage Kings. The white tiger's expression changed. At this time, the Sage King aura exuded by the 7 people was somewhat terrifying. It was much stronger than the Thunder and Fire Fairyland's patriarch. Even the little Taichu could not help but widen his eyes. At this time, he also felt the strength of the 7 people in front of him. The 7 figures stood together. Dark light intertwined around their bodies. Then, the dark light around their bodies actually merged with each other. The 7 people's Saint Power and Sage King aura were connected to each other. It vaguely formed a special formation that seemed to be able to disintegrate everything. This formation was formed by the 7 people's aura of the same origin. Its aura continued to rise and strengthen, causing the void around Zhoupan to collapse inch by inch. A hurricane swept out. The terrifying fluctuations caused the hearts of all living beings within 1,000 miles to palpitate. Many nearby cultivators were shocked by this aura. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cultivators had come because of this aura. That's the 7 brothers from the northern Xiang province. They cultivate the same technique, the northern Xiang's 7 ghosts. Dozens of cultivators came here and naturally saw the 7 figures exuding the astonishing Sage King aura. Even if the 7 people were shrouded in dark light, they were instantly recognized. In other words, it was because of the dark light around the 7 people's bodies that these people instantly recognized them. It seemed to be a symbol of their identities. Why are they here? Someone was shocked. However, before he could finish his sentence, the shock on his face became even more intense. He could not help but tremble when he saw Lin Tian, the white tiger, and the little Taichu. Reincarnation body. Then, the dozens of other cultivators who came here also saw Lin Tian. Their expressions changed drastically. The reincarnation body has appeared. These people were all shocked. In the next moment, they understood why the Northern Xiang's 7 ghosts would appear here. The Northern Xiang's 7 ghosts were connected with each other. Naturally, they saw these cultivators who suddenly appeared. They also knew that it was because their Sage King aura was too strong at this time that it attracted these people. The 7 of them narrowed their eyes. Activate your combat strength to the maximum as quickly as possible. Combine the 7 of us, suppress the reincarnation body, and leave immediately. One of them said in a deep voice. When the other 6 heard this, they nodded one after another. The Sage King aura around their bodies became even more powerful in the blink of an eye. At this time, dozens of cultivators had already arrived. It was likely that more cultivators would arrive later. If there were young sovereigns who were as strong or even stronger than them, they would definitely compete with them for the reincarnation origin. At that time, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, they had to activate their combat strength to the maximum as quickly as possible, suppress the reincarnation body, and leave. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the saint energy and Sage King aura of the 7 people were completely connected. A Sage King storm swept out. Outside the 7 people's bodies, the large formation formed by the 7 people's saint energy and Sage King auras became even more terrifying and intimidating. For a moment, the expressions of many cultivators in this place changed. The white tiger's pupils constricted. The large formation formed by the 7 people's auras became even more terrifying at this time. Its power was almost 100 times stronger than when the patriarch of the Thunder and Fire Immortal Land attacked Lin Tian with all his strength a year ago. Boom! Sage King auras rolled out. The 7 people stood together, and their saint energy and Sage King auras merged together to form a peerless large formation. All of them looked at Lin Tian. Among them, the person in the middle looked at Lin Tiandao and said, "The dozens of sects from the Thunder and Fire Immortal Land are nothing. The 7 of us can easily destroy them." His voice was gloomy, and there was a sneer in it. "Now let me borrow you." Clang! An ear-piercing sword chime rang out, directly interrupting his words. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He did not want to listen to any more nonsense. At this time he attacked and directly slashed out a golden sword light. The golden sword light carried a sharp sword aura. Its speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of the 7 people. With a swoosh, the killing formation formed by the 7 people's auras was directly destroyed. Then the golden sword light's momentum did not decrease, and it landed on the person who spoke. Puff! A mist of blood exploded, and the person was instantly cut into pieces. Chapter 2048. Please forgive me. Chapter 2049. Blood floated in the air, causing the surrounding cultivators' expressions to change. Just one sword, and many cultivators trembled. The 7 ghosts of Beixiang, 7 brothers, were famous young supremes in the Void Realm. Each of them had the strength of a peak saint ruler. When the 7 of them worked together, they were even more terrifying. Not many below the Saint Venerable level could withstand them. But now, the killing formation formed by the 7 of them had been destroyed by Lin Tianyi's sword. Not only that, he had even destroyed one of them. What kind of combat strength was that? Even the White Tiger and little Taichu were shocked. This kid has been in seclusion for a year to create a technique. Although he didn't succeed, his combat strength seems to have increased a lot. The White Tiger stared. The 6 of the 7 ghosts of Beixiang who had not been destroyed were also shocked. Big brother. The 6 of them were in disbelief. While the 7 of them had not truly unleashed their strongest battle prowess, they were definitely not weak. Yet now Lin Tian had actually obliterated the formation that they had unleashed with a single strike of his sword, and had even slashed their big brother into pieces. At this moment, a rumbling sound echoed. The one of the 7 ghosts of Beixiang who had been destroyed was not destroyed. His divine soul was still there. At this moment, a shocking soul light bloomed. The broken pieces of flesh and bones wriggled and formed a body in the blink of an eye. You, looking at Lin Tianyi, the face of the leader of the 7 ghosts of Beixiang turned pale and ugly. At the same time, he was shocked. In the next moment, with a rumbling sound, the saint aura outside his body surged again. It was even more powerful than before. The other 6 of the 7 ghosts of Beixiang naturally knew what this person was thinking. They were preparing to attack Lin Tianyi more fiercely. So they immediately strengthened their saint aura. With the 7 of them working together, the Saint Aura and Saint Aura connected again. The formation that had been destroyed earlier appeared again. Immediately after, the 7 of them formed a special madra. Because of the connection of their saint power and saint might, the formation suddenly turned into 7 layers. The 7 layers overlapped, and each layer was intertwined with a very frightening, murderous intent, as if it could destroy everything. 7 kills formation. The essence, chi, and spirit of the 7 people are completely compatible, forming the strongest joint attack of the 7 people. It is said that the 7 people used this strange technique to resist the full power attack of a Saint Venerable. Once one is enveloped by this 7 killings formation and trapped within, there are very few Saint Kings who can survive. Many cultivators were shocked. When they saw the 7 layers of killing formations, they all trembled slightly. The white tiger was also surprised. At this time, it could naturally feel how powerful the 7-fold killing array that the 7 people had conjured together was, withstanding an all-out attack from a holy venerable. Its pupils shrank. The difference between a saint venerate and a saint ruler was extremely large. Even though the 7 ghosts of Beixiang were at the peak of the saint ruler realm, the difference in combat strength between them and a saint venerate was still difficult to bridge. However, when it heard the voices of the cultivators in this place, it could not help but be shocked. These 7 people had actually blocked the full power attack of a saint venerate. Yeah. The little Tai Chu could not help but stand out. At this time, it stared straight at the 7-fold killing array outside the 7 ghosts of Beixiang, as if it felt a great threat. Lin Tian's gaze fell on the 7 people, facing the 7-fold killing array that was condensed outside the 7 people's bodies. He naturally felt the pressure at this time. Not bad. As he spoke, a bright light flashed across his eyes. He took a step forward and directly stepped into the 7-fold killing array. Such a scene instantly caused the expressions of all the cultivators in this place to change. Reincarnation body, what is he doing? He actually jumped into the 7 killings array of the 7 ghosts of Beixiang. Is he crazy? The 7 carnage array of the 7 ghosts of northern Xiang. Even if it was their first time seeing it, even an ordinary cultivator would be able to tell how terrifying the 7 carnage array was. The 7 layers of the 7 carnage array were intertwined with a terrifying killing aura. In the face of such a situation, one would normally be vigilant to not be enveloped by the 7 carnage array and destroy the 7 carnage array from the outside. At present, however, Lin Tian had actually stepped into the 7 carnage array. This caused all the cultivators present to be greatly shocked, and many of them widened their eyes. Not far away, the whooshing crocodile and the little Tai Chu were also dumbfounded. What is this kid doing? Why is he doing this deliberately? The white tiger could not figure it out. Even the 7 ghosts of Beixiang were slightly stunned by this scene at this time. Those powerful enemies that they had encountered before, when those people saw their 7 killings array, would try their best to not be drawn into the array, and they would try their best to envelop the enemies into the 7 killings array. However, now Lin Tian took the initiative to step into their 7 killings array. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. However, in the next moment, the 7 people's eyes became cold again. There was nothing wrong with the prey voluntarily jumping into their hunting circle. It would save them a lot of effort. You're digging your own grave. One of them sneered. Lin Tian stood in the 7 killings array, his expression calm. Come, he said indifferently, as he said that golden divine light surrounded his body and intertwined around him. In the past year, he had been in seclusion to create a new technique, but it had ended in failure. This made him realize that he still lacked experience. He needed to experience more techniques and experience more battles. At this moment, after the 7 ghosts of Beixiang activated the 7 slaughtering formation, he felt pressured by its murderous aura. As such, he felt that if he personally experienced the 7 slaughtering formation, It would definitely be beneficial to his path of creating a new technique. His gaze was calm. He was calm and composed in the 7 killings array, which made the 7 ghosts of Beixiang's eyes turn cold. They felt that Lin Tian was too arrogant, which made them very uncomfortable. "Attack!" The leader of the 7 people said coldly. Immediately the 7 people moved. The aura of the same origin surged, causing the 7 killings array to vibrate and emit rays of murderous light. Then the 7 killings array rotated. Rays of murderous light surged and rolled toward Lin Tian. The rays of murderous light were cold and intimidating. Lin Tian instantly felt threatened. However, his expression did not change. He moved quickly in the 7 killings array with the duality steps and activated other divine techniques to deal with the rays of murderous light. As time passed, the rays of murderous light became more and more fierce. They penetrated the void inch by inch. Rip! A corner of Lin Tian's clothes was torn, leaving a bloody mark. Then, the edge of his pants was also torn by the rays of murderous light, leaving a bloody hole on his calf. Then, the rays of murderous light became denser and fiercer as time passed, causing Lin Tian to be injured from time to time. Although they were only superficial wounds, he looked a little embarrassed. The 7 killings array of the 7 ghosts of Beixiang is indeed terrifying. Even the reincarnation body can't block it. It can only defend. All the cultivators were shocked. Within the 7 killings array, Lin Tian was only dodging the rays of murderous light. He was injured from time to time and could not even attack the 7 ghosts of Beixiang. "You are so stupid to step into our 7 killings array. This is the price of your arrogance." The 7 ghosts of Beixiang sneered. "Kid," the white tiger could not help but say. He could not help but worry when he saw Lin Tian being injured again and again in the 7 killings array. At the side, little Grand Primordium was naturally the same, his eyes filled with worry. However, Lin Tian was very calm in the 7 kills formation. Although he was injured from time to time, his expression did not change at all. He watched the 7 kills formation operate with his normal eyes, watching the changes in the killing light within the 7 kills formation. In the end, he even opened his divine eyes of delusion breaker to observe on a deeper level. He then used his own body to experience and comprehend the rhythm of the 7 kills formation and the flow of saint energy within. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. After an hour, he was still in the 7 killings array. He was not suppressed and was gradually not as embarrassed as he was at the beginning. He slowly began to adapt to the 7 killings array and had a lot of understanding of this technique. Even his essence, chi, and spirit had improved a lot. Of course, this was gradually discovered by the 7 ghosts of Beixiang. Damn it! He deliberately jumped into the 7 killings array to use our technique to refine his body. Chapter 2050. The 7 ghosts of Beixiang were all at the peak of the Holy King realm. They were very powerful, so their divine instincts were not weak. After an hour, they naturally saw through Lin Tian's real intention of entering the 7 kills formation. Arrogant thing! After seeing this, the 7 of them were naturally enraged. Lin Tian took the initiative to step into the 7 murders formation and actually used the strongest killing technique they were so proud of to temper himself. This kind of action, in their eyes, was really too arrogant an insult to them. Among the 7 of them, the leader shouted coldly, "Use all your strength!" As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 of them vibrated their saint power together. A precious weapon appeared in each of their bodies, all intertwined with Holy King aura. Obviously, these were the Holy King weapons of the 7 sects. Generally speaking, it was difficult for an ordinary Holy King to have a Holy King grade precious weapon. However, the 7 ghosts of Beixiang were famous young supremes in the Void Realm. Naturally, they all had Holy King weapons, and they were all at the peak of the Holy King grade. They were very powerful. At this time, the 7 of them took out their Holy King-grade precious weapons at the same time and integrated all the Holy King-grade precious weapons into the 7 kills formation. In an instant, the killing power of the 7 kills formation skyrocketed. Around them, a group of cultivators faced the killing power of the 7 kills formation. They were all frightened and could not help but retreat. Billowing killing power surged. The 7 ghosts of Beixiang really used all their strength at this time. Their eyes were extremely cold. Suppress! The 7 of them all looked at Lin Tian coldly and ruthlessly. The 7 kills formation combined with the Holy King weapons of the 7 sects was extremely powerful at this time. It violently pressed down on Lin Tian. Suddenly, the space around them froze. Among the 7 of them, the leader said, staring coldly at Lin Tian, "Reincarnation origin. Today we will—" Enough. Lin Tian spoke and directly interrupted the man. In the next moment he moved. The golden flame appeared outside his body. Pure yang flame surged out and swept across the land. As the flame appeared, the 7 kills formation immediately became unstable. The Holy King weapons of the 7 sects also trembled. Pure yang flame. At this place, a group of cultivators recognized the golden flame that Lin Tian had taken out. They were all shocked. This was because the pure yang flame was the legendary divine flame, capable of burning everything and possessing unlimited growth potential. The 7 ghosts of Beixiang were shocked by Lin Tian's pure yang flames. At the same time, they were also shocked by the fact that, as Lin Tian used the pure yang flames, their 7 murders formation began to disintegrate. The Saint King weapons placed in the 7 murders formation also began to tremble, as if they were about to melt under the pure yang flames. "Damn it! Kill him!" Among the 7 people, the leader roared. Together with the other 6 people, they used all their strength to activate the already unstable 7 slaughter formation and the Saint Ruler weapon of the 7 sects. Monstrous killing light burst out, forming a shocking waterfall of killing intent that pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward to meet them. He took the initiative to step into the 7 murders formation. In the past hour, he had used his body to test the formation. He had a good understanding of the 7 murders formation and understood many things. He had also improved a little on the path of creating a new formation. At this time, he did not continue to test the formation because he could feel that if he continued, there would be no gains. At this moment, he began to counterattack. Using the pure yang flames to protect his body, he used the yin-yang steps and swung the chaotic emperor fist. Dong! With a loud bang, the void distorted and the killing waterfall of the 7 ghosts of Beixiang instantly shattered into pieces. Lin Tian swung his fist and landed on a Saint Ruler weapon, smashing it into pieces. With one punch, he smashed the 7 murders formation's killing intent and destroyed a Saint Ruler weapon. This physical strength, no wonder he has the strongest king body. This physical body is simply... Seeing the scene, the cultivators could not help but feel a chill down their spines. Reincarnation body. One of the 7 ghosts of Beixiang shouted angrily. It was the 5th brother of the 7 ghosts of Beixiang. The Saint Ruler weapon that Lin Tian destroyed belonged to him. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the man. With a step, he opened a path with the pure yang flames and appeared in front of the man in an instant. Die! He spat out such a word indifferently and swung the chaotic emperor fist again. Together with the 5 heavenly thunder skill, strands of black lightning intertwined at the tip of his fist and landed firmly on the man's face. With a poof, the man's head exploded. His godly soul wanted to escape, but it was useless. Under the Chaos Emperor's fist that was infused with black thunderbolts, his godly soul broke apart with a horrified expression and disappeared from the world completely. Dead. Dead. One of the 7 ghosts of Beixiang, who are famous in the heaven world, was killed by a single punch. At this place, the cultivators were all shocked by this scene. The other 6 of the 7 ghosts of Beixiang trembled. One of the 7 brothers was killed. Damn it. The 6 of them roared and activated their Saint Royal weapons. Their Saint Power and Saint Might connected and attacked Lin Tian again. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He no longer tried to test his skills and attacked with all his might. After the pure yang flames, the chaotic emperor fist, and the 5 heavenly thunder skill, he also performed the Ling Tian sword manual. Golden sword rays filled the sky and turned into a sword rain that pressed down on the 6 of them. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered. 3 of the 6 were instantly cut into pieces by the sword rays that filled the sky. Their divine souls retreated in a sorry state. However, Lin Tian did not give them a chance. The sky full of black lightning pressed down and directly enveloped the 3 divine souls. No, the 3 of them were terrified. In the next instant, they were drowned by the black lightning, and their divine souls were all shattered. 4th brother, 6th brother, 7th brother. The last 3 of the 7 ghosts of Beixiang were even more shocked and furious. "I'll kill you," roared the 3rd of the 7 ghosts. At this moment, he stared at Lin Tian with eyes full of hatred. He crazily activated his Saint Power and rushed toward Lin Tian. "Since you came to kill me and take the reincarnation origin, you should have been prepared to be killed. The hatred in your eyes is very disgusting," said Lin Tian. He moved quickly and appeared in front of the 3rd person as if he had teleported. He directly slapped down. This was not a simple slap. It was a great skill in the medicine encyclopedia. Countless elixir inscriptions were intertwined in the center of the palm. Each of the elixir inscriptions seemed to have the power of annihilation. They directly annihilated the Saint Power that this person had used. Then the palm landed on his body. Puff! This person was smashed into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Only his divine soul was not destroyed. He retreated in shock and anger. However, Lin Tian was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he blocked in front of his divine soul. He raised his hand and slashed down, directly destroying this person's divine soul. "You!" Only 2 of the northern region's 7 ghosts were left. At this time, they looked at Lin Tian and could not help but tremble. They could not help but retreat. At this time, they both realized that their combat strength was not only 1 level lower than Lin Tian's. "Let's go." The 2 of them gritted their teeth. With unwillingness, they turned into 2 rays of light and fled into the distance. Their speed was shockingly fast. Such a scene shocked the people in this place. The northern region's 7 ghosts were 7 powerful young sovereigns. In the blink of an eye, 5 of them were killed by Lin Tian. The last 2 of them actually fled in a sorry state. They were no longer as powerful as they were when they first appeared. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the 2 of them fleeing. The expression on his face did not change. "You can't escape." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward. His speed was so fast that it was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he blocked the 2 of them. "Die." As he spoke, he raised his hand and slashed down. Although there was no sword in his hand, 2 rays of dazzling sword aura appeared. It was the ultimate technique of the Ling Tian sword manual, the Ling Tian sword. The sword aura was extremely sharp, and in an instant it drowned the 2 of them. Puff! Puff! Chapter 2051. Bright red blood splattered in the air, causing all the cultivators to tremble violently. The 7 ghosts of Beixiang were killed in the blink of an eye. Everyone's heart palpitated. The gazes of all the cultivators fell upon Lin Tian. Every one of them was filled with shock. Is this the combat prowess of the legendary strongest constitution? He was too strong. The 7 ghosts of Beixiang were famous young supremes in the heaven domain, but they were all killed so easily. Amazing, kid. The white tiger stared at him. Just now, the 7 ghosts of Beixiang's Saint Power and Saint Might were linked together to form the 7 killing formation. Its power was terrifying. It could clearly feel that not many people below the Saint Venerable level could withstand it. But Lin Tian easily killed the 7 of them who had used the 7 killing formation. Yeah, even the little Tai Chu widened its eyes in surprise. It's no big deal, Lin Tian said calmly. In the past year, he had been in seclusion to create new techniques. Although it ended in failure, he had gained something in the past year. Not only was his cultivation about to reach the 2nd tier of the Saint Ruler realm, but his understanding of various techniques had also reached a very profound level. Compared to a year ago, his combat strength had increased by 2 or 3 times. This place was relatively empty. Due to his battle with the Northern Plains' 7 ghosts, more cultivators had gathered around. He stood on the spot and swept his gaze across the crowd of cultivators who were looking at him. Facing his gaze, these cultivators could not help but tremble. They hurriedly retreated, afraid that Lin Tian would misunderstand that they were trying to snatch the reincarnation origin. If that was the case, they would definitely follow in the footsteps of the 7 ghosts of Beixiang. After all, these cultivators were very ordinary. The strongest among them was only at the divine emperor realm. How could they stop Lin Tian? Lin Tian naturally saw the fear in these cultivators' eyes. He did not care. With a wave of his right hand, he put away the Saint Ruler weapons of 6 of the 7 ghosts of Beixiang. Previously, except for the 5th of the 7 ghosts of Beixiang, he did not destroy the Saint Ruler weapons of the other 6. These Saint Ruler weapons were all at the peak level and were very valuable. Let's go. After storing the 6 Saint King grade artifacts into his body, he called out to the White Tiger and little Tai Chu and left. Immediately, the man and the 2 beasts left this place, and they quickly traveled extremely far away, vanishing from the field of vision of all the cultivators. The strongest physique, the strongest bloodline, truly, truly lives up to his reputation. Many people were trembling. Soon after, the news of the 7 ghosts of Beixiang being easily killed in this place spread throughout the heavenly realm. The 7 ghosts of Beixiang were all killed by the reincarnation body. Moreover, it was so easy to kill. How is this possible? The 7 brothers from Beixiang province? Not someone else. Someone sent out a divine sense imprint. It's indeed the 7 people from Beixiang province. It's not an imposter. Every single one of those 7 people were much stronger than the old ancestor of the thunder, fire, immortal, celestial land. Furthermore, when the 7 of them attacked together, it was rumored that not many people under the holy exalted realm would be able to withstand their combined attacks. Yet the reincarnation body actually easily defeated those 7 people. Is he really that terrifying? Within the heavenly realm, many cultivators were shocked by this news. The 7 ghosts of Beixiang were easily killed. This was too shocking. As for the ancient inheritances of the heavenly realm of nihility, they were also paying close attention to Lin Tian, the reincarnation body. After hearing this news, they were all moved. Very strong. A big shot from the older generation commented in a deep voice. The 7 ghosts of Beixiang were famous young supremes in the heavenly realm of nihility. Each of them was extremely strong, and each of them was at the peak of the Holy King realm. However, Lin Tian was only at the early stage of the Holy King realm. With such a cultivation base, he could easily kill the 7 ghosts of Beixiang. This was undeniably terrifying. His shocking and overwhelming battle strength shocked the big shots of the ancient great sections. For a moment, the entire heavenly realm of nihility was shocked by Lin Tian's matter. His battle strength made all the cultivators fearful. However, this did not deter the other young supremes who were eyeing the reincarnation origin. That's right. This is worthy of the title of the strongest physique. Only with such an origin source would it be worth obtaining. After hearing this, a very strong young supreme's eyes were intertwined with dazzling light. His whole body was filled with a sacred aura. Lin Tian, the White Tiger, and the little Tai Chu had left the place. At this time, they were already very far away. After about 6 hours, they arrived at a relatively remote location deep in the mountains. Secluded cultivation again, or creating a new technique. The white tiger widened its eyes. Lin Tian brought it and the little Taichu to this place and told them to prepare for secluded cultivation for a period of time. More or less, Lin Tian nodded and said, "This time it won't take too long. At most, 2 or 3 months." Previously, during the battle with the 7 ghosts of Beixiang, he used his body to test the other party's 7 slaughter formation and had some extraordinary insights. At this time, he was ready to immediately go into secluded cultivation to digest these insights. This would be of great help to his path of creating techniques. He found a hidden place deep in the mountains and set up layers of ceiling formations to isolate all auras from the outside world. He let the white tiger and the little Taichu protect him. Then he sat cross-legged here and digested the insights from before. Buzz! Outside his body, faint golden light intertwined. His entire essence, chi and spirit were turbulent, like the surging sea. All around, the void was distorted by the golden light that intertwined outside his body. This aura is really strong. The white tiger could not help but sigh softly. Yeah. The little Taichu echoed in a childish voice. It was very far away from Lin Tian and the white tiger, guarding Lin Tian and guarding the surroundings. Just like this, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. 2 months later, on this day, a strong aura suddenly rushed out of Lin Tian's body, and his essence, chi and spirit soared. At this time, his cultivation had entered the 2nd heaven of the Holy Ruler Realm. Then, in the next moment, he opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. "You've reached the 2nd heaven of the Holy Ruler Realm." "That's fast." The white tiger saw that he had woken up and flashed over. After a pause, it asked, "Have you created your technique?" "Not yet." Lin Tian Andao. In 2 months, he had digested the insights of the 7 slaughter formation and then began to create techniques. At this time, he had reached the 2nd heaven of the Holy Ruler Realm. However, he still could not create a new technique. He only had some new insights. The white tiger rolled its eyes. "Not yet. It's a little inefficient. Do you think this is a steamed bun? Is it that simple?" Lin Tian squinted at it. Chapter 2052. In fact, in the beginning, although Lin Tian knew that it was difficult to create a new technique, he did not know the details of this difficulty. It was only when he really started to take this step that he truly understood how difficult it was to create a new technique. Let's go out," he said. In the 2 months of seclusion, his cultivation had increased by a small level, and he had some good gains on the path of creating a new technique. However, there was still a long way to go before he could create a new technique. It was useless to continue his seclusion now. At that moment, he brought the white tiger and little Taichu out of the range of the deep mountains and appeared outside the mountains. Then, not long after, they walked very far away. He, the white tiger, and little Taichu temporarily walked in some mountains and forests. After 2 months of seclusion, he wanted to see the natural scenery first to train his state of mind. This was because, although the cultivation realm was very important in the path of cultivation, the state of mind was even more important. Once the cultivation realm surpassed one's state of mind, it was very easy to cause chaos in one's Taoist foundation and give birth to the root of disaster, which was the so-called qi deviation. On the other hand, if the attainments in the state of mind surpassed the cultivation realm, it would be very useful to a cultivator. It would often be able to exert one's strength to a level of perfection. He had cultivated for so many years and was very clear about this point. Therefore, he especially valued the attainments in the state of mind. Moreover, now if the attainments in the state of mind could be further refined, then it would definitely be of great use to his future path of creating a new technique. Just like that, he and the white tiger and little Taichu walked in some remote mountains and forests. They looked at the green mountains and clear waters, smelling the fragrance of flowers, and walked on foot, like mortals. They completely emptied their minds and even forgot that they were a powerful Saint King cultivator. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. He brought the white tiger and little Taichu to the mountains and forests, looking at some very ordinary things. Even if they did not need to eat, they still looked for wild fruits to eat and streams to drink, like ordinary people. "Kid, how long will you be walking for?" The white tiger looked at Lin Tian and curled its lips. After walking like this for a month, it felt very dull and boring. Nature breeds everything and surpasses everything. No one can surpass nature. You should also look at it more and comprehend it more. Lin Tian said calmly, not answering the white tiger's question directly. Nature was the foundation of everything. It gave birth to all things. If one really wanted to talk about invincibility, then the most invincible thing would be heaven and earth. No one could surpass heaven and earth and nature. In this way, the entire world could naturally be called an invisible ancient scripture. If one truly used their heart to comprehend it, there would always be some gains. The so-called comprehension of the Tao was actually comprehending the nature of the world. The Tao was a part of nature. That's too boring. Why don't you go find some heavenly treasures for me to refine? The white tiger said. Lin Tian glanced at it. You only know how to refine heavenly treasures. Look at how useless you are. The white tiger rolled its eyes. Grandpa Tiger just wants to live a more relaxed life and use heaven and earth treasures to increase my strength. I don't need to spend a lot of time and effort to cultivate. Isn't that great? I'm the one who's looking for all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Is your ease built on my toil? Lin Tian gave him a sidelong glance. Capable people do more work. The white tiger was very thick-skinned. Black lines appeared on Lin Tian's forehead. He immediately wanted to beat it up. In the end, he gave the white tiger a sidelong glance and called this guy and the little Taichu to continue walking into the depths of the mountains and old forests. In the celestial realm of nothingness, almost every place in the cultivation world was discussing Lin Tian's matter. This was because it had been 3 months since Lin Tian killed the 7 ghosts of Beixiang. In these 3 months, Lin Tian had disappeared in the cultivation world again. Many young supreme masters were looking for him, but they couldn't find him at all. Could it be that he was seriously injured after killing the 7 ghosts of Beixiang and went to recuperate? Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you see the divine sense imprint that others used? It was clearly a simple killing of those 7 people. How could he be seriously injured? If that's the case, then why did he disappear again? There's been no trace of him at all in these 3 months. After 3 months without any trace of Lin Tian, countless people couldn't find him. Many cultivators began to discuss this matter. After that, in the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. Many young supreme masters in the celestial realm of nothingness were looking for Lin Tian. Unfortunately, no one could find him. This made many cultivators very curious about Lin Tian's whereabouts. Reincarnation body, my master, the first divine son of the celestial court, has set up an imperial ring in the Nirvana wasteland. Do you dare to show yourself and fight? If you're afraid to fight, then hide forever and never appear again, and tell the cultivation world that the reincarnation body is just trash. On this day, a voice rang out in the celestial realm of nothingness. It was cold and soon spread throughout the celestial realm. For a time, many cultivators in the celestial realm of nothingness were shocked. After 5 months, without any trace of Lin Tian, they couldn't find him. They didn't expect that someone would set up an imperial ring to challenge Lin Tian. Moreover, this person was the first divine son of the celestial court. The first divine son of the celestial court. It said that he has some kind of shocking bloodline and has cultivated an extremely terrifying ancient technique. His cultivation is at the 9th level of the Saint King realm, but he has killed a Saint Venerable. Moreover, it said that the one he killed was an expert of the 3rd level of the Saint Venerable realm. Some cultivators were shocked as they recalled some rumors. This In the cultivation world, many cultivators naturally knew about this rumor. When they heard that the first divine son of the celestial court had set up an imperial ring and publicly challenged Lin Tian to a fight, many people were shocked. At the same time, in the celestial realm of nothingness, a group of young supreme masters who were looking for Lin Tian naturally heard the voice of the first divine son of the celestial court. They were all shocked, and a deep light appeared in many of their eyes. Not long after, in a very remote mountain forest in the celestial realm, Lin Tian naturally knew about this matter. Imperial ring? He sneered. They wanted to seize his reincarnation source energy, but they couldn't find him, so they set up an imperial monarch arena to provoke him into showing himself. In his opinion, it was really a little childish and stupid. Of course, it was also very disgusting. The white tiger also sneered and said to Lin Tiandao, "They use such a low-level provocation to lure you out. They are treating you like a fool. Will you obediently go?" Lin Tian glanced out of the forest with a cold smile on his face. He paused and said, "Go." The white tiger was immediately stunned when he heard this. "Huh, go." He stared. "Are you really stupid?" Even the little Taichu stared. Lin Tian actually said that he would accept the challenge after being provoked by such a low-level provocation. "Go," Lin Tian affirmed and said, "but not now. Let's wait for another 10 days or half a month." Now he was creating a method. The path of creating a method was difficult, and he had encountered a bottleneck. Under such circumstances, he needed to fight to sharpen himself, improve himself, and increase his understanding of various techniques. Only in this way could he make further progress. The first divine son of the celestial court was very strong. If such a young supreme master challenged him to a fight, it would be very useful for him to create a method. Chapter 2053. Lin Tian would never do anything that would damage the reputation of an old drunkard. Therefore, he would definitely go to battle the first god's child of the celestial court. "You're really stupid." The white tiger rolled its eyes and frowned. Rumor has it that he has even killed a third sky, Saint Venerable. "Are you sure you can handle him?" Although the man and the two beasts were traveling in some very remote mountains and forests, they knew all kinds of rumors about the cultivation world. They had heard some rumors about the first god's child of the celestial court. His battle prowess was very frightening. "Take a guess." Lin Tiandao said. "Guess what? Give me a definite answer." The white tiger said angrily. It knew that since Lin Tian said he would go to battle, he would definitely go. The rumors about the first god's child of the celestial court were really frightening. He had even killed a third sky saint venerable, which made it very worried. Although it knew that Lin Tian was very strong, it was not confident that Lin Tian could kill a third sky saint venerable with a second sky saint kinghood cultivation. In other words, it was not confident that Lin Tian could defeat the first god's child of the celestial court. Lin Tian knew that the white tiger was worried about him, but he did not care. "You'll know when the time comes." With that, he called the white tiger and the little Taichu and walked to some other mountains. The white tiger followed. Since it could not get an answer to its previous question, it asked another question. "Since you're going, why do you have to wait for half a month?" My state of mind has become much more resilient in the past 2 months. In a few more days, it should be able to reach a higher level. Lin Tian didn't evade this question and directly answered it. After that, he said, "Besides that, are you sure that only the first godchild of the celestial court would be waiting for me at the rebirth wasteland?" When the white tiger heard this, it was immediately stunned and said, "Of course not. The first divine child of the celestial court has challenged you to a battle, which has already caused a huge uproar. There are bound to be many other cultivators who will go there, and among them, there will be some other young supreme masters who have designs on the origin of samsara." As it said this, it suddenly changed its expression and stared. "You want to?" Lin Tian nodded and said, "There will definitely be a lot of young supreme beings going to that place. At that time, if they suddenly attack me together, I won't be able to block all of them with my own strength. I have to make some preparations in advance." As he spoke, he revealed a cold smile. "If no one moves, that would be for the best. If someone moves, then bury them all." Looking at Lin Tian's sneer at this time, the white tiger trembled for no reason. "Brat, your sneer is so evil." Lin Tian glanced at it and called out to it and the little Taichu before walking into the distance. Void Realm, Nirvana Wasteland, as its name suggested, was a flat land. It was very vast, the land was reddish-yellow, and there were very few plants and trees. It was rumored that there was once a divine phoenix that was undergoing nirvana here. It was filled with boundless saint energy and attracted countless cultivators. Some people with evil intentions took advantage of the moment when the divine phoenix was undergoing nirvana to steal its nirvana Tao fruit. A huge battle broke out here, and more than 10 Void Sky Realm experts fell here. It was a very famous place in the Heaven Realm. On this day, at this time, the Nirvana Wasteland was already densely packed with cultivators, more than 100,000. In the middle of the wasteland, a man in purple stood with his hands behind his back. His body was not muscular, but he had an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers, as if he was the supreme ruler of heaven and earth. That's Shanwuk, the first divine son of the celestial court. His essence, chi, and spirit are so strong. In the wasteland, many people looked at the man in purple with respect. At this time, looking at Shinwuk, the cultivators could feel how terrifying his aura was, even though they were very far away. It was so oppressive that many people could not breathe, and many people's faces turned pale. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being torn apart rang out one after another. In the distance, figures appeared one after another, rushing over. The first divine son of the celestial court challenged the legendary strongest physique. Very few people did not care. Although they were not sure if Lin Tian would accept the challenge, they still rushed to this place to wait. I wonder if the reincarnated body will accept the challenge. It's hard to say. Shinwuk is very powerful and terrifying. He's the most powerful person in the younger generation of the celestial court. With his cultivation of 9th level Saint King, he once killed a 3rd sky Saint Venerate. His battle prowess is extraordinary. Although the reincarnated body is the strongest physique, her cultivation is too far away from Shinwuk. No one can be sure if she'll come to fight. Indeed, some people were discussing softly. Shinwuk was dressed in purple as he stood alone in the Nirvana wasteland. Even though his eyes were closed, he was aware of everything that was happening around him. However, he did not seem to care at all. Time was like the sand between one's fingers, passing very quickly. Lin Tian led the white tiger and little Taichu deep into the mountains and forests. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. 7 days later, on this day, he was walking calmly in the forest. Suddenly, a very rich holy light surged out of his body, as if it had a mind of its own. It flowed on the surface of his body like a liquid source. Brat Yu, the white tiger, was beside him. Seeing this, it was suddenly moved. Yeah. The little Taichu also opened its eyes wide. At this moment, looking at Lin Tian, they suddenly felt that Lin Tianyi seemed to have become a different person. Lin Tian was clearly in front of them, but they felt that Lin Tian was very far away from them. They felt that Lin Tian had become invisible. Nothing. Lin Tian smiled. More than 2 months had passed as he walked through the forest. On this day, his state of mind had once again transformed after he was framed and lost his cultivation. He felt as if his entire being had become ethereal. This ethereal feeling was similar to when Yenya are merged with the Tao. It made him feel comfortable all over at this time. At this moment, the nature of the great world became even clearer in his field of vision. Nothing. There is clearly something. The white tiger opened its eyes wide. Lin Tianyi smiled and did not say anything. He called the white tiger and the little Taichu to find a relatively hidden cave deep in the mountains. He set up a series of sealing formations around it and then walked in. He asked the white tiger and the little Taichu to guard him. He took out some medicinal herbs and crystals and made some other preparations. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. 7 days later, on this day, all kinds of treasured lights intertwined in the cave and then dimmed. He got up and waved his hand. Divine light appeared and stored all the preparations that he had made in the cave in the past 7 days. It's about time to go to the Nirvana wasteland. Chapter 2054. Lin Tian's mental state had improved once again. He had already made all the necessary preparations. He was prepared to head to the Nirvana wasteland. Kid, are you sure you can win? You'll die if you lose. White Tiger asked worriedly, Do I look like someone with a short life? Lin Tian said calmly and walked out of the mountain. White Tiger followed him and shook its head. As the old saying goes, good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. You should have a long life. Black lines immediately appeared on Lin Tian's forehead. Does this fellow know how to chat? Was he considered a scourge? He raised his hand and grabbed the guy. He said to little Taichu, Little guy, go and beat him up. As he spoke, he caught the white tiger and gave it a good beating. Yeah. Little Taichu blinked and joined in. It clenched its little paws into fists and waved them at White Tiger happily. You guys, awoo. White Tiger yelled. It was supposed to be a joke between friends. Lin Tian and little Taichu couldn't be too harsh, but it was still painful. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 breaths had passed. Lin Tian stopped and said to White Tiger, I feel that my state of mind has improved after beating you up. I can try to beat you up more often in the future. Now he was going to the Nirvana wasteland to fight the first divine son of the celestial court, but he didn't feel nervous at all. This was related to his state of mind, and at the same time because he had absolute confidence in himself. Get lost! White Tiger scolded. It was beaten until it grimaced, and its fur was messy. It tidied up and looked at Lin Tiandao. Kid, seriously, are you sure? The first divine son of the celestial court is really not simple. Lin Tian looked at the white tiger's serious expression. He stopped smiling and said calmly, The old man firmly believes that I won't lose to anyone in my generation. It's the same for me. I also believe that within my generation, no one can defeat me. Nirvana wasteland. As time passed, another 3 days passed. Even more cultivators had gathered here. There were already more than 300,000 of them. More than half a month has passed. Will the reincarnated body come? The first son of God of the celestial court challenged the strongest physique in the world. Between the two, the first son of God of the celestial court was extremely powerful. He had long been famous in the heaven world, and he was known as the first young sovereign of the heaven world. As for the reincarnation body as the strongest physique in the world, it had caused many storms in the heaven world during this period of time, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. When one of them challenged the other, it naturally attracted the interest of many cultivators, and many people came to this place. That's right, the imperial battle has been held for more than half a month. Will the reincarnated body not come? Everyone here was looking forward to Lin Tian's appearance. They all wanted to see the battle between Lin Tian and the first son of God of the celestial court. In the middle of the Nirvana wasteland, the first son of God of the celestial court, Shinwak, had been standing quietly with his eyes closed for more than half a month. He was like an immortal monument that could not be shaken. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. More cultivators had come to the Nirvana wasteland. There were already more than 500,000 cultivators. This was because the Nirvana wasteland was vast and spacious enough. Otherwise, it would not be able to accommodate so many cultivators. It's been almost a month. Is the reincarnated body really not coming? Could it be that he's afraid of the battle? That's impossible. It shouldn't be. Based on the strength that he displayed before, it's impossible for him to be afraid of the battle. Almost a month had passed. In the Nirvana wasteland, many cultivators began to frown. Many of them were disappointed. They were all looking forward to the reincarnated body coming to fight the first son of God of the celestial court. In the middle of the Nirvana wasteland, Shinwuk had his eyes closed. He could sense everything around him. However, he still stood straight with his hands behind his back. There was no change in his emotions at all. He waited coldly and quietly. There was a group of young cultivators nearby. All of them possessed extraordinary cultivation, reaching the level of saint rulers. The most powerful among them was a fifth heavenly layer saint ruler. They were Shin Wuk's followers. Reincarnated body, come out and fight. Or are you planning to hide for the rest of your life because you're afraid of our master? It's normal for him to hide for the rest of his life. In front of our master, the first reincarnated body in the world is just **T. Let's not talk about our master. Even we can crush him with a finger. The strongest body? What a joke! These followers of Shinwuk were hooting. Moreover, they used special methods to spread their voices far and wide. On the rebirth wastelands, many cultivators couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw these people and heard the clamoring of these people. Even though they knew that these people were intentionally provoking Lin Tian to come out and fight them, they still felt that these people were too arrogant and laughable. After all, the divine sense brand had spread out earlier, and even a young exalt like the 7 ghosts of northern wastelands was easily annihilated by Lin Tian. These people were obviously far inferior to the 7 ghosts of northern wastelands, yet they dared to belittle and ridicule Lin Tian like this. Reincarnated body, come out. You don't need our master. We'll fight you. We'll only use one hand. You don't dare? I'll use both hands. In the wasteland, Shenwuk's followers kept talking. They all sneered and mocked Lin Tian. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a sandstorm in the Nirvana wasteland. In the sky, the stable white clouds suddenly trembled. Footsteps were heard not far away. Lin Tian appeared with the white tiger and little Taichu. They walked towards the Nirvana wasteland step by step. In an instant, the Nirvana wasteland was in an uproar. Reincarnated body. He's here. In the wasteland, the cultivators could not help but tremble. They were all moved, and many of their eyes lit up. At the same time, a few people's eyes shone brightly as they stared at Lin Tian, who had appeared at this moment. These people had been here for almost a month, waiting for Lin Tian to appear. In the middle of the Nirvana wasteland, Shenwuk, who was standing with his hands behind his back, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze fell on Lin Tian. 2 beams of light flashed in his eyes and directly shattered a large part of the void. The tyrannical saint aura made the cultivators tremble. Not far away, Shenwuk's group of saint ruler followers, who had been mocking Lin Tian earlier, immediately shut their mouths when Lin Tian appeared. Their previous arrogance was nowhere to be seen, and fear surfaced on their faces. They had only mocked and mocked Lin Tian to appear. Now that Lin Tian had truly appeared, how could they still dare to be arrogant? When Lin Tian arrived, his gaze immediately fell on Shenwuk, who was in the middle of the wasteland. Since he was already here, he naturally knew that this person was the first divine son of the celestial court who had challenged him. His gaze fell on this person, and he calmly walked towards him, step by step. His steps were very gentle, just like a mortal. Chapter 2055. Blood floated in the air, attracting everyone's attention. Lin Tian took a step forward and walked toward Shenwuk. He didn't even look at those who had mocked him before. His gaze was calm, and his footsteps were steady. Poof! Among the group of saint kings who had mocked him, the second one exploded. His physical body and spiritual soul were destroyed. This is. His aura, it seems like it's connected with the earth. The cultivators who had come to the Nirvana wasteland were not ordinary people. Even the weakest of them was at the heavenly god realm. Looking at Lin Tian and sensing his aura, they felt as if Lin Tian had merged with heaven and earth. The veins of the earth moved with his steps, causing all the cultivators to tremble slightly. There were more than 30 people who had mocked Lin Tian, and all of them were Saint Kings. They stood together, and all of them were horrified. They were all enveloped by an invisible aura, and they could not even move. Lin Tian did not look at these people. His gaze was fixed on Shenwok, and he continued to walk toward him. His steps did not change at all. They were as steady as a mortal's. However, every time he took a step, one of Shenwok's Saint Kings would explode. Even his spiritual soul would be destroyed. He killed one person with each step. They were all Saint Kings. He killed them so easily. In the wasteland, the cultivators were shocked. Witnessing Lin Tian's power with their own eyes, many of them could not help but tremble. Even the White Tiger and little Taichu were shocked. They were moved by this scene. This guy, his combat power has increased so much in the past month. The White Tiger stared. The dozens of Saint Kings who had followed Shenwok were completely suppressed by the invisible aura. Every time Lin Tian took a step, one of them would explode. They did not even have time to scream. For a moment, everyone was terrified. "Master, save us." Someone asked Shenwok for help. Shenwok stood in the middle of the wasteland. His eyes were deep as he watched Lin Tian walk over coldly. It was as if he hadn't heard the Saint King's cries for help at all. Pooh! 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 The blood mist exploded one by one. Lin Tian took a step forward. The earth veins moved with his footsteps. Those who had mocked him earlier died one after another. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths had passed. He was only 100 feet away from Shenwok. The dozens of Saint Kings who had been hooting had all fallen. Numerous sounds of gasping resounded throughout the entire rebirth wasteland. The group of cultivators looked at Lin Tian. At this moment, they personally experienced what was called strength. It was clearly just a simple step, but in the blink of an eye, dozens of saint rulers exploded and died. Such methods were both awe-inspiring and terrifying. At the same time, within the crowd, the gazes of some exceptionally powerful supreme youths fell upon Lin Tian, their eyes narrowing slightly. "Come if you have the guts. Reincarnation body, you're not bad." In the middle of the rebirth wasteland, Shenwok, who had been standing quietly in the same spot for a month, spoke. His eyes became somewhat threatening and forceful as they fell coldly upon Lin Tian. "Isn't it what you want?" Lin Tian appeared very calm. Shenwok's eyes were cold like a god's. He was extremely majestic. "I'll kill you today. The origin of reincarnation belongs to the celestial court. You'll regret it." Lin Tian's expression didn't change. These were the only words he said. Shenwok's eyes turned even colder. Saint light emerged from his body. The might of a Saint King spread out in strands, sweeping through the surroundings. Lin Tian's expression remained the same. Saint light also emerged from his body. The might of a Saint King appeared, causing the clouds to move in all directions. Kaboom! The two of them didn't attack. The saint might outside their bodies started to collide at this moment, causing the entire wasteland to rumble and shake. Arcs of electricity appeared between and around the two of them. Sizzling sounds could be heard, causing the space to distort inch by inch. Around them, the crowd of cultivators felt their hearts palpitate when they faced this aura. Many of their faces turned pale as they stumbled backward. Even some of the ordinary Ninth Heaven Saint Kings were no exception. Just facing the aura of the two of them made their entire bodies ache. It was as if they would explode in the next moment. They only felt better after retreating for more than 1,000 feet. It's just a collision of auras, but it's already so powerful. "These two," someone's voice trembled. Kaboom! In the middle of the Nirvana wasteland, Lin Tian and Shenwok stood face to face. They were 100 feet apart, and the space around them was constantly distorted. "How powerful are you?" Shenwok was like an ancient deity. His gaze fell upon Lin Tian as he spoke. His voice was very cold. Golden light circled Lin Tian's body. He didn't respond to Shin Wux's words. He bent his right hand and flicked his finger lightly. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out immediately. A beam of golden sword light shot out from between his fingers. It carried an extremely sharp sword intent, as if it could pierce through everything in the world. It went straight for Shin Wux's forehead. Shin Wux's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand and slapped out a palm. A sharp gust of wind appeared and went towards the golden sword. The two of them collided in the blink of an eye. With a sizzle, Lin Tian's golden sword light shattered. Shin Wux's palm wind also disappeared. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He took a step forward and moved. He covered 100 feet with each step and appeared before Shin Wux in an instant. Boom! Black lightning fell from the sky. The 5 Thunder Divine Territories' great superpower was activated. In the blink of an eye, the place turned into a black sea of lightning. He shuttled through the sea of lightning like an unparalleled thunder god. In the blink of an eye, he attacked Shin Wux more than 900 times. This was a very frightening attack speed. In the Nirvana wasteland, ordinary cultivators simply couldn't see it clearly. Only a few powerful young supremes were able to see it, and all of their eyes became serious as they were moved by it. Shin Wux snorted coldly. Holy light circled around his body. He waved his divine palm. His palm energy was powerful and brought about a blazing gust of wind. Sizzle! 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 All of Lin Tian's attacks were blocked. Then, with a crack, the 5 Thunder Divine Territory was destroyed. Shin Wux took a step forward. At this moment, he really moved. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with his silhouettes. He raised his hand and punched. It wasn't any superpower or secret skill. It was just a simple physical attack. However, it was as terrifying as a punch that could destroy the world. It bombarded Lin Tian. Lin Tian was fearless. He raised his fist and met the attack. In the blink of an eye, the two of them collided. Their fists collided continuously, creating a destructive hurricane. The space around them collapsed continuously because of the collision of their fists. So powerful! In the distance, a group of cultivators was shocked. Even some peak holy kings were no exception. They were shocked by the two's physiques. They felt that a casual punch from the two of them could easily smash them into pieces. Bang! 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 Fist collided with fist. Lin Tian and Shen Wuke fought for supremacy. Explosions erupted, and even the sky trembled from the impact. He's only a second-tier holy king, but his physique isn't weaker than a peak holy king. Moreover, his body has been refined with the barren sky treasure blood. Is this the foundation of the strongest physique? Chapter 2056. The 9 youths all had strong spiritual energy and were at the peak of the Saint King realm. They were also very familiar with Shin Wux. Among the younger generation of the Celestial Court, he's the only one who's refined his body with barren sky blood. His physique isn't any weaker than some 5th Sky Saint Venerables, but now, one of the 9 youths spoke up. His eyes narrowed and dazzling light intertwined, distorting the space around him. His aura was terrifying. Reincarnation body. Someone else spoke up. His voice was low. Desolate heaven treasure blood was a drop of essence blood from each of the 108 leaders of the Celestial Court. Together with countless heavenly resources, it took them 1,000 years to refine. It was priceless and could make a person's body undergo earth-shattering changes. Shin Wux had obtained desolate heaven treasure blood before and used it to refine his body. His body was even stronger than the barbarian king body of the same level. But now, Lin Tian's body wasn't any weaker than Shin Wux's at the 2nd Saint Ruler layer. Shin Wux, who had refined his body with desolate heaven treasure blood, was at the very end of the Saint Ruler layer. Boom! The Nirvana wilderness shook. Lin Tian and Shin Wux fought. Their fists collided, creating earth-shattering explosions. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. The two exchanged one last punch and then retreated dozens of feet. Not bad. Your physique is comparable to mine, Shinwuk said coldly. He was like a king looking down on everything. Lin Tian's lips curled up. Comparable to you? He laughed coldly and moved again. With the yin-yang steps, he appeared before Shinwuk and punched again. Dong! This punch was still a simple physical attack. However, the force of the punch was shockingly strong. It sealed off the surroundings. The power of the previous punch couldn't compare to it. Shinwuk was shocked. He raised his hand and punched back. Their fists collided again in the blink of an eye. Bang! In the next moment, a muffled groan was heard and Shinwuk was sent flying. Drops of dazzling blood splattered in the air. His physical body is stronger than Wuk's, who has refined his body with desolate, heavenly blood. In the distance, the 9 youths were all shocked. At the same time, the other cultivators in the Nirvana wilderness were also shocked. Shinwuk was sent flying with one punch. His cultivation is 7 levels higher, but his physique is no match for the reincarnation body. The cultivators were in disbelief. This is the strongest physique. He's only at the 2nd level of the Saint King realm, but his physique alone, he's no weaker than a 7th level Saint. Everyone was shocked. On the other side, White Tiger and Little Tai Chu were together and couldn't help but sneer. And Little Tai Chu were the ones who knew how terrifying Lin Tian's physical body was. He had the strongest king physique, and under normal circumstances, his physical body was already very monstrous. Coupled with the fact that he had been struck by heavenly lightning time and time again since he was in the airborne realm and had to bear the power of heavenly retribution to temper his body, Lin Tian's current physical body was probably not weaker than some peak saint venerables. Boom! Saint Aura shook in the center of the wilderness. Shinwuk steadied himself. His right hand was completely cracked. Blood flowed out, and one could vaguely see the white bones inside. Can I compare to you? Lin Tian looked at him and said indifferently. Shinwuk narrowed his eyes and froze. Lin Tian's words were laced with a faint hint of mockery. He looked at Lin Tian. Saint Aura surged around his body. It began to rise at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it climbed to an extremely shocking level. The entire sky changed color and a gale swept out. Many cultivators in the Nirvana wilderness trembled. The aura Shinwuk was exuding was too strong. His aura was even stronger than that of an early-stage Saint. Rumor has it that he killed a 3rd-level Saint. Looks like it's true. This aura is. Many people could not help but tremble. In the distance, the White Tiger was also shocked. He was shocked by the aura Shinwuk was exuding. It was too strong. Even the little Tai Chu was no exception. He opened his eyes wide. At that moment, the void in all directions cracked like fragile glass. Under Shinwuk's aura, it could completely collapse at any time. Lin Tian stood in the middle of the wilderness. He faced Shinwuk's powerful aura without any fear in his eyes. Who doesn't know how to show off their aura? He said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he communicated with his saint power. With a rumble, his saint aura surged and shot into the sky. Then he shook his life origin. He activated the reincarnation forging spiritual art. His aura skyrocketed again. In an instant, it was 10 times stronger. In an instant, the sky shook even more violently. The Nirvana wilderness also shook. He's not weaker than Shinwuk. He's just as strong. On the wasteland, the expressions of the cultivators changed once again. With the cultivation of a 2nd-tier Saint Kinghood, Lin Tian's aura was not weaker than Shinwuk's at the end of the Saint Kinghood. In the distance, the 9 youths were shocked for the 3rd time. Their eyes narrowed. How can this be? The reincarnation body is rumored to be the strongest imperial body. Is he really that strong? He's only a second-tier Saint Kinghood, but his body is stronger than Shenwuck's at the end of the Saint Kinghood. His essence, chi, and spirit are on par with Shenwuck's. Like Shenwuck, the 9 youths were also young sovereigns of the celestial court. At this moment, they were truly shocked. On the other side, even the White Tiger and the little Taichu, who were familiar with Lin Tian, could not help but be shocked. This kid, this aura, this... The White Tiger's eyes widened. Even if the reincarnation forging spiritual art can increase one's combat power by 10 times, this aura is too exaggerated. It's more than 100 times stronger than when he was a first-tier Saint Kinghood. How can this be? Is it because my state of mind has undergone a great sublimation? The improvement of his state of mind has such a huge effect. It could not believe it. In fact, its guess was not wrong. Not long ago, his cultivation level had improved by a small level, and his state of mind had improved greatly. There was a huge qualitative change. Lin Tian was completely different now. He could unleash the potential of the reincarnation origin to a greater extent. Then, with the reincarnation forging spiritual art, the combat power that he could unleash naturally had an earth-shattering change. In the middle of the Nirvana wasteland, Shenwuck's body was covered in holy light. When he felt the aura that Lin Tian was emitting, his eyes narrowed. Then they became even sharper and colder. Good. Very good. Your origin is indeed worthy of being fought over by the world. Just as the heavenly masters of my sect said, it contains endless mysteries and contains all possibilities. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. At this moment, he did not say anything else. He took a step forward, and a sky full of afterimages appeared. In the next instant, he appeared before Shenwuck. I'll send you to your death. Chapter 2057. The powerful punch covered the entire area. The entire sky shook as if it would collapse in the next moment. Shenwuck's eyes were cold as he shook his body. Just like Lin Tianyi, he swung his fist to meet Lin Tian's Chaos Emperor fist. Boom! Wisps of blue flames intertwined at the tip of his fist. They were cold and hot at the same time. His aura was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, their fists collided. But this time, the two of them were no longer simply competing in terms of physical strength. Both of them had resorted to powerful divine abilities and secret arts. Crackling sounds continued to be heard. As the fist techniques of the two collided with Saint Force, the already crumbling void suddenly became even more dilapidated. Soul imprisoning Saint Prison, suppress. Shenwuck said in a cold voice. He immediately used an even more powerful technique. Tens of thousands of blue runes surged out, suppressing the area and enveloping Lin Tian. Lin Tian wasn't afraid. He used the towering Heaven's Sword Manual and met the attack head-on. You think you can suppress me? You'd better be killed by me. For a moment, the space was filled with different colors of Saint Light, causing the surroundings to be blurry. It was difficult to see clearly. In the blur, one could see two figures colliding quickly in the blurry Saint Light. Rumbling sounds could be heard. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. With two bangs, the two figures flew out at the same time. The Saint Light in the sky also disappeared in the blink of an eye. There were a few transparent bloody holes in Shenwuck's chest. Blood kept flowing out. One could even see the eerie white bones and broken organs inside. It was a shocking sight. On the other side, Lin Tian wasn't any better. His arms were almost crushed. His flesh was a mess. Blood kept flowing out. They're evenly matched. Reincarnation body, second heaven of Holy Kinghood. He completely blocked Shenwuck, who was at the end of the Holy Kinghood. All the cultivators in the Nirvana wilderness were shocked. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Tian and Shenwuck, who were in the center of the Nirvana wilderness. Outside Shenwuck's body, Saint Light intertwined. The bloody holes on his body quickly healed. Good. Very good. He looked at Lin Tian and said coldly, You're not bad either. Lin Tian said coldly, Outside his body, golden flames danced as he activated the solar nirvana art. His injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shinwuk's eyes turned even colder. He could hear the sarcasm in Lin Tian's words. Buzz! Outside his body, the holy light vibrated, and his aura suddenly became deep. His entire being seemed to have turned into a black hole, or even a part of the starry sky. A dark, Milky Way appeared behind him, as if it could devour everything. This dark and gloomy Milky Way was formed by the condensation of holy light, but it seemed to be real and it was frightening. Return, return to Void's sacred stream. Shinwuk is a bloodline ability awakened by the Wanda bloodline. It can make all things in the world fall into nothingness. Many cultivators in the Nirvana wasteland trembled. Evidently, many of those people recognized the technique that Shinwuk had unleashed and were very afraid of it. It was so much so that, at this moment, many people were rapidly retreating, afraid that they would be swept into the emptiness returning sacred stream. At the same time, the White Tiger's expression changed. Not counting the 12 regal bodies, in terms of bloodlines, the Wanda bloodline is said to be in the top 10 in the world. Once the bloodline is awakened, it can cultivate the power of nothingness and turn everything into nothingness. It's similar to the no beginning divine path, but much more terrifying. It had read about the other top 100 bloodlines outside the 12 regal bodies in the ancient books, so it naturally knew about the existence of the Wanda bloodline. A faint light flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. Previously, he had heard that Shinwuk was a powerful bloodline, but he did not expect it to be true. It was the legendary Wanda bloodline. According to the ancient books, this bloodline was really terrifying. However, his expression did not change at all, and he looked indifferent. Then he took a step forward and strode toward Shinwuk. Sink into the undercurrent of nothingness. This is your end, Shinwuk said coldly. He activated his bloodline ability, and the power of nothingness rolled. It was extremely frightening, and it pressed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's footsteps did not change at all, and he met Shinwuk directly. Then, in the next moment, he directly stepped into Shan Wuk's bloodline theurgy and passed through it without any resistance. Under the shocked and incredulous gazes of the crowd of cultivators and Shinwuk, he directly appeared in front of Shinwuk and slapped him. Slap. A loud slap was heard. This slap landed firmly on Shinwuk's face, and he was sent flying. 5 clear fingerprints were left on his face, and teeth mixed with blood fell out of his mouth, scattering into the air. In an instant, everyone in the Nirvana wilderness changed their expressions. Shinwuk, the first divine son of the celestial court, was actually slapped. These people trembled. Shinwuk had the Wanda bloodline, and his cultivation was at the peak of the Holy King level. He was vaguely known as the first young lord of the Void Heaven realm, but now, after using his powerful bloodline ability, he was actually slapped by Lin Tian, a second Heaven Holy King. To these cultivators, this scene was too shocking. At the same time, some people were also shocked by another point, which was that Shinwuk's bloodline ability did not have any effect on Lin Tian at all. What's going on? The reincarnation body did not seem to have any defense at all. Why was he not affected at all? In the distance, the other 9 young cultivators of the celestial court narrowed their eyes. In another position, the White Tiger and little Taichu were together. At this moment, they sneered with some mockery. Shinwuk? Call him Brainless Shin. He's asking for it. The White Tiger clicked its tongue. Just now, although it was shocked by Shinwuk's bloodline ability, it was not worried at all when it saw him use his bloodline ability to suppress Lin Tian, because it knew that it would be ineffective against Lin Tian. Boom! A shocking amount of holy power surged. In the middle of the Nirvana wilderness, Shinwuk stabilized himself again, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Reincarnation body. He stared at Lin Tian, and his face turned pale. He was the first divine child of the celestial court, And now Lin Tian had slapped him in the face in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Lin Tian looked at Shen Wuk with the same expression. You knew my body constitution, and you still dared to show off your bloodline ability in front of me. How do you feel now? Does your face hurt? He sneered. Just now, he had passed through Shen Wuk's bloodline ability. He could have used the Chaos Emperor Fist and blasted Shen Wuk into smithereens. However, he did not do that. Instead, he chose to slap Shen Wuk's face. To these people, compared to smashing their opponent with a punch, a slap to the face would undoubtedly leave a deeper wound. It was a mental wound. He had slapped Shen Wuk in front of so many cultivators. It was enough to embarrass Shen Wuk. Shen Wuk's expression turned even uglier. He clenched his fists, and holy power surged around him like a volcano about to erupt. I want you dead. Chapter 2058. The surging saint power intertwined. Shen Wuk's expression was extremely cold. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he attacked Lin Tian. Wherever it passed, the violent saint force surged. For a moment, the void was twisted to the extreme and shattered into pieces. Lin Tian snorted. He did not dodge. Instead, he faced the attack head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two collided once again. Shen Wuk formed a strange seal. It was extremely mysterious. A powerful path radiance appeared and swept toward Lin Tian. This path radiance was extraordinary. It carried a terrifying aura as if it could annihilate everything in the world. Lin Tian felt the terror of this path radiance. However, his expression did not change at all. He channeled the heavenly sword scripture, and patches of golden sword light materialized, turning into a rain of swords that slashed toward Shen Wuk. In the blink of an eye, the swords collided with Shen Wuk's light of way, and there was a series of explosions. The sky was filled with saint light. It covered all directions. The cultivators in the wilderness were shocked. They could no longer see what was in front of them. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out. Lin Tian waved his hand. He did not have a sword in his hand, but he slashed out an extremely sharp sword chi. In an instant, the path radiance and saint light that filled the sky were all shattered. The sharp sword radiance pierced straight toward Shen Wuk's forehead. Then he stepped forward. Each step left an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Shen Wuk. Boom! Without any superfluous words or actions, he swung the Chaos Emperor Fist and smashed it toward Shen Wuk's head. This punch, together with the sword that he had unleashed earlier, completely sealed off the space around Shen Wuk. So powerful! Such an attack could be said to be airtight. One move after another, causing many cultivators to be shocked. However, although such an attack was terrifying, Shen Wuk was not an ordinary person. He faced Lin Tian's attack without panicking. He did not dodge or retreat. Several strange shadows appeared behind him. It was a powerful superpower. In the blink of an eye, it tore apart Lin Tian's sword radiance. Then it collided with Lin Tian's fist. With a boom, as the two collided, the space around them collapsed. The clouds in the sky were all shattered. 1,000 slashes. Shen Wuk said. His voice was cold. The space around them twisted. A formless destructive power surged out. Using bloodline power to cast a spell? It's not enough. Lin Tian said. Shen Wuk used his bloodline power to attach to other divine skills, causing the destructive power of the divine skills to be formless. Lin Tian could not see it. However, his divine instinct was very strong. He could feel the destructive aura coming at him from all directions. At this time he attacked directly. He still threw a punch. Dense shadows of fists swept toward every corner around him. As the shadows of fists appeared in the sky, black lightning arcs intertwined. They carried the fierce and domineering power of the 5 heavenly thunder shock technique. Sizzling sounds continued. In the blink of an eye, the formless, destructive power that surged around them was completely annihilated. Again, He stepped forward and once again stepped toward his opponent. His right hand clenched into a fist. He swung the Chaos Emperor fist toward his opponent's face. "Today you will lose," Shinwuk said coldly. He charged toward Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were fighting again. Violent saint power intertwined in this place. Occasionally, blood would splatter. There was Shen Wuk's blood. There was also Lin Tian's blood. The two of them fought fiercely. They were evenly matched. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. Shin Wuk quickly formed a seal. He used his bloodline superpower again. Then he used a terrifying vision in his sea of consciousness. He merged the two powers together and formed a destructive river of light. Suddenly, an even more terrifying aura intertwined. He mobilized the destructive river of light and once again pressed toward Lin Tian. On the endless divine path. He sneered. Terrifying Taoist power emerged from his body. Strands of it were injected into the destructive river of light. In the blink of an eye, the destructive river of light became even more terrifying. The entire Nirvana wasteland was instantly enveloped in a terrifying aura. Wan Wu bloodline's origin bloodline divine skill, the vision in his sea of consciousness, and the endless divine path. Many cultivators trembled. At this moment, the power of Shan Wuk's smelting technique was truly terrifying. In the distance, the white tiger and little Taichu could not help but be moved. "This son of a bitch!" the white tiger gritted its teeth. At this moment, the methods that Shen Wuk used made its heart palpitate. In the middle of the wasteland, astral winds blew wildly. Shen Wuk's bloodline ability, Psyche Sea Anomaly, and the No Beginning Divine Tao formed a destructive light river that enveloped Lin Tian. Lin Tian's black hair danced wildly in the wind, but his expression remained unchanged. Only his gaze became colder. "It's not enough." He only said those 3 words. The reincarnation diagram was directly propped up and instantly emitted a majestic aura. With the reincarnation forging spiritual technique, he did not retreat at all. Instead, he propped up the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory and faced it head-on. In the blink of an eye, the reincarnation diagram collided with the destructive river of light. Boom! The two collided, and the Nirvana wasteland shook violently again, as if it was about to be destroyed in the next moment. That diagram is so powerful. It actually completely blocked the fusion of Shen Wuk's bloodline divine skill, sea of consciousness, and divine Tao laws. In the wasteland, the cultivators were shocked again. The destructive river of light that Shen Wuk used was terrifying and made their hearts tremble. However, the reincarnation diagram that Lin Tian used at this moment also shocked them. Its holiness and majesty made their souls tremble. In the distance, the other 9 young men from the celestial court narrowed their eyes. Apart from that technique, this is Wuk's most powerful technique. However, it was blocked by that diagram. That diagram, could it be his king's territory? The 9 young men were all extraordinary. At this moment, they realized something. In the middle of the wasteland, Shen Wuk mobilized the destructive river of light that was formed by the fusion of his bloodline divine skill, sea of consciousness, and divine Tao laws to fight Lin Tian. It collided with Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram again and again. He could not help but be shocked. The technique that he used at this moment was enough to destroy an early stage sacred venerable. However, Lin Tian completely blocked it with a diagram. "You're distracted. That's not good." Lin Tian's voice suddenly rang out. He used the reincarnation diagram to attack Shin Wuk. At this moment, he also used the nature divine thunder, lightning divine Tao, and nameless Tao laws and merged them into the reincarnation diagram. Instantly, the reincarnation diagram vibrated and turned into a powerful reincarnation diagram of the divine Tao. "Suppress," he said coldly. As he said this, the reincarnation diagram vibrated slightly. With a whoosh, It directly crushed the destructive river of light. Shinwook was shocked. "You break!" Lin Tian stepped forward with the reincarnation diagram in his hand. Like a millstone that could destroy the world, he directly interrupted Shinwook. Chapter 2059. Blood floated in the air as Shinwook was crushed. All the cultivators in the Nirvana wasteland were shocked. Shinwook was actually, all the cultivators couldn't help but tremble. The powerful first divine child of the celestial court had challenged Lin Tian to a battle in the Nirvana wasteland. After a fierce battle, Lin Tian had crushed his physical body and seriously injured him. Is the reincarnation form really that powerful? His diagram has changed. It's different from before. There are waves of Tao intertwining. He's also infused the divine Tao laws into it. In the distance, the 9 young experts of the celestial court were also shocked. At the same time, they could see that Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram had changed. Boom! In the middle of the Nirvana wasteland, a vast amount of soul power surged. Shinwook's physical body was crushed, but his spirit was immortal. At this moment, he reformed his physical body, surrounded by holy light. After reforming his physical body, he looked at Lin Tian again. Shinwook's expression was even uglier. Terrifying killing intent intertwined in his eyes. He, the first divine child of the celestial court, had challenged Lin Tian to a battle in this place. His cultivation was 7 small levels higher than Lin Tian's. Under normal circumstances, even if Lin Tian was the reincarnation form, his combat strength should be much lower than his. But now, after a short battle, he was first slapped by Lin Tian. Now his physical body was crushed by Lin Tian. From the beginning of the battle until now, he was at a complete disadvantage. This made him feel extremely humiliated and uncomfortable. With a boom, the holy light outside his body boiled even more. With a low roar, he charged toward Lin Tian again with a cold expression. Strange phantoms condensed one after another behind him, and they were clearly the powerful secret techniques of numerous sections. At this moment, he had supported dozens of powerful divine abilities and secret techniques in succession. Moreover, he had utilized the bloodline divine ability, the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness, and the laws of the endless divine Tao once again, and they had fused together with the dozens of powerful divine abilities and secret techniques as they pressed down on Lin Tian in a mighty manner. Lin Tian snorted and charged toward Shinwook again. His expression didn't change at all. He didn't dodge and faced Shinwook head-on. Buzz! He held the divine path reincarnation diagram and shook it gently. Surging holy power intertwined and shattered Shinwook's techniques. Shinwook's body trembled. He was shocked and furious. "You!" Shatter again. Lin Tian spoke, once again interrupting the other party. He held the divine path reincarnation diagram in his hand. After crushing Shinwook's various techniques, it landed on his opponent's body once again. With a poof, Shinwook was shattered once again. Dazzling blood splattered all over the sky. Shinwook again. This, in the Nirvana wasteland, the cultivators trembled again. In the blink of an eye, Shinwook's body had been shattered twice by Lin Tian. Kaboom! Shinwook's soul power was boundless. In the Nirvana wasteland, although Shinwook's body was shattered again, his soul was still intact. His soul power intertwined and quickly reformed his body. Lin Tianling smiled and stepped forward. When Shinwook reformed his body, the divine path reincarnation diagram pressed down. Poof! Blood splattered. Shinwook was shattered for the 3rd time. Then he stepped forward and didn't give Shinwook a chance to reform his body. The divine path reincarnation diagram enveloped Shinwook's flesh and bones and crushed them crazily. Such a scene made the cultivators in the Nirvana wasteland tremble. Many of them were so shocked that their faces turned pale. This kid can really defeat the first divine son of the celestial court? On the other side, the white tiger was a little surprised and a little excited. Yeah, so powerful. Little Taichu cheered for Lin Tian. Kaboom! In the Nirvana wasteland, Saint Power surged. Lin Tianling held the Divine Path reincarnation diagram and crushed Shin Wuk again and again. However, Shin Wuk's soul was too strong. He crushed his opponent's soul 9 times with the Divine Path reincarnation diagram and still couldn't destroy it. Shin Wuk's soul power was still as strong as the sun. Continue, he said coldly. The Divine Path reincarnation diagram shook violently and exploded with even stronger power. It crushed Shin Wuk again and again. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. Shin Wuk's soul weakened a little, but it still showed no signs of destruction. Enough! At this time, Shin Wuk's soul voice sounded. It was extremely cold and contained surging anger and terrifying murderous intent. With a boom, his soul suddenly exploded with boundless saint light and forcibly pushed Lin Tianling's Divine Path reincarnation diagram away. Gulyalu, the sound of flesh wriggling was heard. In the blink of an eye, his flesh and bones merged together and reformed his body. At that moment, mysterious ancient runes appeared on the surface of his body. Even his face was purple, causing his aura to change greatly in an instant. An extremely frightening aura spread out. Finally, he used it. The reincarnation body, a second heaven saint ruler. He actually forced him to use this technique. He is indeed very strong, the strongest physique. He lives up to his name. In the distance, the eyes of the 9 young cultivators from the celestial court shone brightly. At the same time in the Nirvana wasteland, many cultivators were shocked. Seeing Shin Wuk's current appearance, their bodies trembled. This is the Demon Slayer ancient technique. He used that legendary treasure technique. Back then, I heard that he used this technique to kill a 3rd heavenly layer, holy venerate of the older generation. Some cultivators who knew a lot about Shin Wuk couldn't help but speak. Their voices were trembling. On the other side, the White Tiger and Little Taichu were also shocked. The Demon Slayer ancient technique. He knows that technique. The White Tiger's expression changed. Back then, when Lin Tianling destroyed the Thunder and Fire Fairyland and dozens of other sects, it had followed Lin Tianling and read many ancient books in those sections. It had seen records of the Demon Slayer ancient technique. According to legend, it was created by an ancient ancestor of the celestial court. In the past, he used this technique to kill demons who were not much weaker than the royal family of the immortal spirits. It was an extremely domineering technique. Because this technique was too domineering, ordinary people couldn't cultivate it at all. Together with the God Slayer ancient technique and the Immortal Defying ancient technique, they were the 3 strongest techniques of the celestial court. It was said that even the 108 heavenly masters couldn't cultivate it, but Shin Wuk had mastered it. This bastard, at this moment, it changed color. In the middle of the Nirvana wasteland, Lin Tianling's gaze fell on Shin Wuk and his eyes narrowed. He had naturally read about the Demon Slayer ancient technique in the Thunder and Fire Fairyland. The ancient ancestor of the celestial court who created this ancient technique was one of the few people in the celestial court that Xianhuang had mentioned to him. They weren't any weaker than an old drunkard. Chapter 2060. Purple runes appeared on the surface of Shin Wuk's body, including his face. It was demonic and mysterious. Following the appearance of these purple markings, an extremely terrifying aura surged out from his body, shaking the entire area. Lin Tian frowned, and his expression turned solemn. At that moment, the aura that Shin Wuk exuded made him feel a great threat. It was as if an invisible sword was pressed against his neck. You can force me to use this technique as a 2nd tier, Holy King. Reincarnation body, you're good. You should be proud of yourself. Shin Wuk said coldly. Lin Tian didn't say anything, but the Divine Path reincarnation diagram above his head burned even brighter, intertwining with an even stronger aura. Shin Wuk's eyes were cold. In the next moment, he moved. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Lin Tian. He opened his 5 fingers and clawed at Lin Tian like a dragon's claw. Purple runes appeared around his 5 fingers. Lin Tian immediately felt a great pressure. He didn't dare to be careless and faced the attack with the Divine Path Reincarnation Diagram. The Divine Path Reincarnation Diagram shone with immortal light. In the blink of an eye, it collided with Shen Wu's dragon claw. Between the two, a shocking divine rainbow light exploded. They were in a stalemate. Then, in the blink of an eye, after a few breaths, there was a soft crack. A crack appeared on the Divine Path Reincarnation Diagram. Then the crack spread like a spiderweb. How can this be? In the distance, the white tiger's expression changed. The Divine Path Reincarnation Diagram was Lin Tian's strongest technique. Now it was cracking. Lin Tian's expression changed as well. The Divine Path Reincarnation Diagram cracked. His saintly body couldn't help but tremble at the sight of Shen Wu's dragon claw. A wave of coldness rushed towards him. Crack! Another crisp sound rang out as the Divine Tao Reincarnation Diagram exploded. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Reincarnation body, you can't take it anymore. Shen Wu's voice was cold. At this moment, his speed was extremely fast, much faster than Lin Tian's. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Lin Tian. His hands moved at the same time, forming dragon claws. Even more purple chains condensed and pressed down on Lin Tian coldly. Lin Tian quickly formed a seal, and the 4-symbol seal was activated, facing Shen Wu. However, Shen Wu was too strong at this moment. The purple chains were indestructible. They were like divine chains of order, breaking apart the 4-symbol seal in an instant. Pooh! A purple pattern chain pierced through Lin Tian's chest, instantly bringing out a large amount of blood and sending Lin Tian flying several hundred meters away. For a time, all the cultivators in the rebirth wasteland couldn't help but tremble. The divine diagram of the reincarnation body has been shattered, has been injured. That's the ancient demon slayer technique that even the heavenly lord of the celestial court couldn't control. So strong. All the cultivators were shocked. The white tiger and little Taichu's expressions changed as well. Seeing that Lin Tian was severely injured, they were extremely worried. In the middle of the rebirth wasteland, Lin Tian stabilized himself. Half of his body was almost shattered. He immediately activated the Nirvana of the Sun technique. Blood-red flames danced, healing the pierced body. Then, in the next moment, his expression changed slightly. The Nirvana of the Sun technique was a sacred healing technique. Ever since he'd obtained this technique, it had helped him a lot. But now his chest had been pierced through by Shen Wu's ancient demon slayer technique. A terrifying aura had entered his body and was running amok. The Nirvana of the Sun technique couldn't be of any use at this moment. With a whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Shen Wu strode over, waving the purple chains in a cold and indifferent manner. Lin Tian activated the 5 heavenly thunders technique. Black lightning circled around him, heading toward the purple patterns. Chi! With a soft sound, his black lightning was annihilated by the purple patterns of the ancient demon slayer technique. Another purple pattern chain broke through and pierced straight into his chest. Blood flowed out from his chest. It was a ghastly sight. He gritted his teeth, and his saint power vibrated. He grabbed the purple chain and pulled it out of his body. Then he swung the Chaos Emperor Fist. Then the Heart Sutra of the Sun quickly activated. The other divine techniques were activated one after another, and the strange phenomenon in his mind rose together. It's all futile. Shen Wu's voice was cold. The purple patterns vibrated, intertwining with a terrifying and strange power. In the blink of an eye, they annihilated everything. With a bang, Lin Tian was struck once again, his body almost exploding into pieces. The ancient demon slayer technique is a demon hunting, killing technique. It's invincible. In the distance, one of the 9 young cultivators from the celestial court spoke. In the Nirvana wasteland, Lin Tian's mouth was bleeding. At this moment, he was in real trouble. His expression was very serious. Xin Wux's ancient demon slayer technique seemed to be able to suppress everything. All of his techniques were ineffective. At this moment, Shen Wuk pressed forward again. And the reincarnation body, demon suppression ancient region. His voice was cold. As Shen Wuk spoke, the purple patterns spread all over the void. Suddenly, they turned into a huge purple domain and trapped Lin Tian. Lin Tian's saintly body trembled. He was sealed in the demon suppression ancient region. Purple patterns covered his surroundings. It was like an eternal cage. Moreover, that was not all. A terrifying formless energy surged in from all directions, directly entering his body and quickly corroding his body. In the blink of an eye, he felt intense pain, and his consciousness quickly weakened. This made his expression change. He braced himself and used all of his precious techniques to resist Xin Wux's demon suppression ancient region. However, it was useless. He couldn't stop it at all. Being in the middle of it, his consciousness grew weaker and weaker. Falling in the demon suppression ancient region is your end, Xin Wux said coldly. His skin and cheeks were covered with purple marks, giving off a demonic feeling. The reincarnation body, is it over? In the Nirvana wasteland, the cultivators were shocked. The strongest body in the world was going to be defeated by Xin Wuk? Even if he loses, it's not embarrassing. After all, Shen Wuk's cultivation level is much higher than his. There's a difference of 7 small levels between them. Moreover, Shen Wuk has mastered the legendary great killing technique. This battle was unfair to begin with. Xin Wuk had all the advantages. If he can still win, then he's really heaven-defying. Someone said. Nearby, some other cultivators heard this. They thought about it and nodded slightly. Indeed, many people agreed with this point of view. The white tiger and little Taichu were extremely anxious. Kid, don't lose. You're Lin Tian, that old pervert's disciple and Princess Wu Yi's husband. Who cares about the demon slayer ancient technique? Crush it. The white tiger roared. Lin Tian was trapped in the demon suppression ancient region. The terrifying, corrosive power of the demon slayer ancient technique was constantly corroding his body. He was in excruciating pain, and his consciousness was constantly weakening. However, he could still sense his surroundings. He could hear the cultivators' discussion. He could feel the white tiger and little Taichu's anxiety. He could also hear the white tiger's roar. When he heard the white tiger's words, his corroded body was in excruciating pain. His consciousness was becoming more and more blurry. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. However, the corners of his mouth curled up. He smiled. Stupid tiger, you're right. He chuckled and muttered to himself. Then, in the next moment, in the devil-suppressing ancient region, he directly closed his eyes and gave up on resisting the formless energy that was constantly corroding him from the devil-suppressing ancient region. He allowed this formless energy to enter his body without any resistance. At this moment, since the techniques that he had mastered could not resist the demon slayer ancient technique, why should he use them to resist? Wouldn't it be fine if he could come up with a new technique that could resist the demon slayer ancient technique? Now he was creating techniques. Chapter 2061. The path of creating a technique was difficult to walk. It required constant challenges and tempering. Lin Tian recalled that the reason he came out of seclusion was because he wanted to accept the biggest stage that old drunkard had prepared for him, where the experts of the heaven realm gathered. He wanted to use the techniques of these young supreme experts to temper himself, and use the comprehension of these young supreme experts to temper himself, to temper his own technique. He closed his eyes and stood in Shen Wuk's devil-slaying ancient region. He completely let go of his body and allowed the corrosive power of the devil-slaying ancient region to enter his body. The saint energy in his body stopped flowing and became like a still dead spring without any ripples. Have you started to learn and give up resisting? Shinwuk's voice was cold. He stood in the void, purple runes intertwined on his body and face as he controlled the devil-slaying ancient region to suppress Lin Tian. In the devil-slaying ancient region, Lin Tianyi did not move at all. Qi, qi, qi. The blood vessels on the surface of his body exploded and blood splashed out. His consciousness became weaker and his face paled. However, his expression did not change and his heart was calm. He closed his eyes and did not circulate the saint qi in his body, allowing the corrosive power of the devil-suppressing ancient realm to continuously surge into his body. He even guided this destructive power to flow to every corner of his body, using this terrifying power to stimulate his own flesh, blood, tendons, and bones, using his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones to familiarize himself with this power and feel the essence of this power. Then he allowed the power of the devil-slaying ancient region to enter his saint energy and use it to feel the essence of this power. Gradually, the corrosive power of the devil-slaying ancient region that entered his body increased, and his aura became weaker. Then, in the blink of an eye, more than 100 breaths had passed. His aura was so weak that it was as if his flame of life was going to be extinguished in the next moment. It was as if he was going to be devoured by the terrifying power of the devil-slaying ancient region in the next second. However, it was also at this moment that the saint energy that he had been holding still suddenly trembled and started to circulate slowly. Wisps of weak saint light gradually appeared on the surface of his body. Although it was weak, it was tough. You haven't given up? You want to accumulate strength and continue to resist? Shinwuk's eyes were cold. With a thought, more purple patterns appeared in the devil-suppressing ancient region. The corrosive power became even stronger and more terrifying. Lin Tian closed his eyes. Inside the devil-suppressing ancient domain, he could sense the changes in the devil-suppressing ancient domain, but he didn't care. In his body, his life essence began to emit strands of light. The saint energy that had been motionless all this time began to circulate, controlled by his almost hazy will. It was as if he was sleepwalking, driving the saint energy to flow instinctively. The way it flowed was different from any technique he had ever cultivated. Gradually, the saint energy began to circulate faster and faster, and the saint light on his body grew thicker and thicker. Buzz! Shinwuk made the devil-suppressing ancient region even more powerful as the sacred light leaped. The formless and terrifying power continued to surge into his body, but it was difficult to injure him. It was as if the moment it entered his body, it was silently annihilated. At the same time, the ruptured blood vessels on the surface of his body began to heal, and his pale face gradually became rosy. This is his essence, qi, and spirit seems to be recovering. That's right, it's recovering. What's going on? In the Nirvana wilderness, the crowd of cultivators was shocked. Previously, Lin Tian was still being suppressed by the devil-suppressing ancient skill. After Shinwuk used the devil-suppressing ancient region, he almost forced Lin Tian into a desperate situation. Everyone could feel that Lin Tian's aura was rapidly weakening. However, at this moment, Lin Tian, whose aura had weakened to the lowest point, suddenly began to recover from his injuries. His essence, qi, and spirit were growing stronger bit by bit. It felt as if a weak seedling under the soil was slowly breaking through the surface and rising from the ground. The white tiger and little Taichu were pleasantly surprised when they saw this. Good. This kid, he won't be defeated so easily. The white tiger was excited and clenched its paws. In the distance, the other 9 youths from the heavenly court were also moved at this moment, revealing shocked expressions. What is he doing? Could it be? The 9 of them were very strong. At this moment, they could vaguely see something. At the same time, in the middle of the Nirvana wilderness, Shinwuk was also shocked. Then a threatening cold light shot out from his eyes. Using my skill to refine your body? You've got guts. As the first son of God of the celestial court, Shenwuk's cultivation was very strong. His combat power was also very strong. Naturally, his eyesight was not bad either. At this moment, he could see what Lin Tian was doing. He was actually using his devil-suppressing ancient skill to refine his body. Suppress! He shouted coldly. The devil-suppressing ancient region surged and became even more terrifying in an instant. The originally formless devil-slaying power condensed into substance at this moment, transforming into a purple wave that swept towards Lin Tian. However, this time, the devil-suppressing ancient region's devil-suppressing power was useless. The holy light outside Lin Tian's body turned from weak to strong. It circled around his body and vaguely turned into an independent domain that completely isolated the devil-suppressing power. Shinwuk was shocked. The holy light outside Lin Tian's body actually blocked the devil-suppressing ancient region's devil-suppressing power. Make it stronger. He shouted and circulated the devil-suppressing ancient skill even faster. Then, in the devil-suppressing ancient region, the devil-suppressing ancient region's devil-suppressing power became even stronger. It was extremely terrifying and swept toward Lin Tian crazily. Under the devil-suppressing power, the void in all directions was destroyed. It would be difficult for it to recover in a short period of time. The sacred light outside Lin Tian's body began to weaken under the even more terrifying demon-slaying power. It was as though it was about to be annihilated by the demon-slaying power in the next moment. However, it was not extinguished and continued to jump slightly. Then, in the next instant, the holy light became stronger again. It was even stronger than before. Once again, it forcefully shook off the devil-suppressing power that was surging toward it. It was also at this moment that Lin Tianwei closed his eyes and moved his body. His hands moved slowly and rhythmically. The holy light outside his body gradually became stronger with his movements. In a blur, a Tao diagram appeared behind him. It was black and white and looked like a yin-yang fish. Yin-yang qi circled around it. Moreover, at the same time, besides the yin and yang auras, there was also a special aura lingering around the Tao diagram. It was unclear what kind of aura it was, but it had an indescribable vastness that seemed to encompass everything. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. The devil-suppressing ancient region trembled and a crack appeared. In an instant, all the cultivators in the Nirvana wasteland were shocked. A crack appeared in the devil-suppressing ancient region. The Tao diagram behind him. What's going on? Not only is there dense yin-yang qi intertwined, there is another aura. That aura, that feeling, it is like the 4 seasons are changing. It is like the cycle of day and night. This. Chapter 2062. The demon-suppressing ancient region covered an area with a radius of a few hundred feet. The demon slayer power surged within. It was originally extremely terrifying, but at this moment a crack appeared. Moreover, the crack that appeared spread rapidly like a spider web, extending to every corner of the demon-suppressing ancient region. This caused the expressions of the cultivators in the Nirvana wasteland to change. Damn it! Become even stronger. A piercing cold light shot out from Shinwuk's eyes. The demon slayer ancient skill circulated even more vigorously. The demon-suppressing ancient region shook again. Within it, there were even more purple divine runes. The demon slayer power surged and flooded towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian was inside the demon-suppressing ancient region. Facing the surging demon slayer power, he still closed his eyes. He moved his hands and moved his body. His body moved according to his heart. His heart moved according to his mind, and his spirit moved according to his will. He gave off a very elegant feeling, like a banished immortal. Behind him, the Tao diagram that looked like a yin-yang fish became clearer and clearer. there was also a unique and vast aura that intertwined and gradually surrounded him. It was also at this moment that he opened his eyes. His gaze was calm and deep. He clenched his right hand into a fist and lightly punched forward. This punch did not display any terrifying might. However, it caused the powerful devil-suppressing ancient region to tremble violently. In the next moment, a clear cracking sound was emitted before the entire devil-suppressing ancient region completely cracked apart, before it directly crumbled apart. The demon-suppressing ancient region has been destroyed. In the Nirvana wasteland, the cultivators were all shocked. In the distance, the 9 young experts from the celestial court narrowed their eyes. The demon-suppressing ancient region has been destroyed. How is this possible? The 9 of them could not believe it. In their memories, no one in their generation could destroy Shen Wux's demon-suppressing ancient region. Good. The white tiger and little Taichu were together. At this moment, they were naturally very excited. Only Shen Wux's expression became extremely ugly. His face was ashen. His devil suppression ancient region had actually been shattered. What kind of skill is this? He looked at Lin Tian and said coldly, the devil-slaying ancient art he cultivated was created by one of the ancient ancestors of the celestial court. Among the current 108 heavenly sovereigns of the celestial court, not a single one of them was able to control the devil-slaying ancient art. The devil-slaying ancient art was one of the strongest core arts of the devil-slaying ancient art. No one in the same generation had ever been able to break through his devil-slaying ancient art. But now, Lin Tian actually did it, breaking through his devil-slaying ancient art. Outside of Lin Tian's body, the yin-yang diagram revolved. The yin-yang qi and another vast and special qi intertwined, making him look very elegant, like a god descending to the mortal world. What technique? Let me think. He stepped forward and calmly walked towards Shenwuk. Your technique is called the devil-suppressing ancient domain. Then, it shall be called the Tai Chi divine domain. As soon as he finished speaking, his body moved gracefully. He took a step forward and traversed hundreds of feet. In the next moment, he appeared before Shenwuk. Shenwuk's eyes turned cold. Purple tattoos intertwined all over his body. He waved his right hand, and the devil, slaying purple tattoos in the sky, pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian stepped forward unmoved. Outside of his body, the yin-yang diagram intertwined. The devil, slaying purple tattoos in the sky, pressed down, but they could not press in at all. They were all blocked. Shen Wux's expression changed. Lin Tian's expression remained the same. He raised his hand and punched out again. He calmly punched forward, piercing through the devil-slaying purple tattoos in the sky and landing on Shen Wux's chest. This punch still did not have any terrifying qi. On the surface, Shen Wux's body did not seem to be injured at all. However, Shen Wuk trembled violently. His face, which was full of purple tattoos, immediately became distorted. This caused all the cultivators in the Nirvana wastelands to be shocked. Those who could make it here were no weaklings. Naturally, they could tell that Shen Wux's twisted face was completely caused by extreme pain. It was also at this moment that Shen Wuk coughed up blood and was sent flying. His blood was mixed with fragments of his organs. This is called Tai Chi. Lin Tian spoke. His voice was calm. With the Tai Chi godly domain protecting him, he walked toward Shen Wuk, who was sent flying. Tai Chi was a precious inheritance passed down from ancient China. It had extraordinary effects on the cultivator's qi, and spirit. Back on Earth, he had practiced it. He liked it very much and had even practiced it with Bai Qiu. The Tai Chi on Earth was originally a very ordinary martial art. The elders of the secular world all practiced it to strengthen their bodies. It was not a big deal. However, Lin Tian felt that the concept contained in Tai Chi was very profound, mysterious, and unfathomable. It could subdue hard, subdue soft, attack, and defend. Its core meaning was that it could restrain all kinds of forces. Now that he was sealed in the devil-slaying ancient region, the devil-slaying power was too terrifying. None of the techniques that he had practiced could withstand it. However, he did not give up. He closed his eyes and thought. He stopped the flow of saint power completely and used his subconscious to think of a way to restrain the devil-slaying ancient region. Then he thought of the theory that Tai Chi had explained. Sometimes, as soon as a cultivator thought of something and obtained the first trace of inspiration, the inspiration would flow endlessly. He thought of how Tai Chi could restrain all forces. It was as if a lamp had been lit in the darkness. Saint power began to circulate along with his subconscious. It began to circulate in a special way. Then, everything flowed into a channel. A brand new way of circulating saint power emerged. A new technique was born. He stepped forward. He was very fast. In a flash, he appeared in front of Shen Wuk, who was sent flying. There was no terrifying power. His eyes were calm and deep. He still calmly punched out and landed on Shen Wuk's chest. Cough! Shen Wuk was injured again. There were no wounds on the surface of his body, but he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Half of his heart flew out of his mouth. It was a ghastly sight. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He protected himself with the Tai Chi godly domain and blocked out all forces. He stepped forward again and appeared beside Shen Wuk, who was flying away. He moved his hands. Sometimes it was a palm, sometimes it was a fist, together with the Tai Chi godly domain's yin-yang diagram. He landed it on Shen Wuk's body again and again. He continued to perfect the Tai Chi godly domain as he punched. As time passed, he became more and more familiar with the new way of circulating saint power in his body. Bam! With a muffled sound, he pushed Shen Wuk with the back of his hand. It landed on Shen Wuk's chest and sent him flying. He named the new technique after Tai Chi, however. It was not the Tai Chi of Earth. Instead, he created the Tai Chi godly domain by borrowing the will of Tai Chi from Earth. Shen Wuk was sent flying. He kept coughing up blood. He looked at his opponent. He took a simple step forward and moved his right hand slightly. He grabbed Shen Wuk's left wrist and twisted it gently. Crack! There was a crisp sound. Shen Wuk's left hand was broken. Chapter 2063. Shen Wuk coughed up blood. His hand was crushed by Lin Tian, and he looked pathetic. Damn it! He roared. He waved his other arm in anger and shock, and attacked Lin Tian with the powerful Demon Slayer power. The space around him was destroyed by the Demon Slayer power. Lin Tian's expression was calm. His Tai Chi godly domain intertwined the yin and yang energy and the vast energy from the origin of life, isolating everything. The Demon Slayer power couldn't get in at all. He stepped forward and punched Shen Wuk. Once again, his punch landed on Shen Wuk's body, and he was sent flying again. Good, good, good. Kid, continue. In the distance, the white tiger yelled excitedly. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He stepped forward, and after-images filled the sky. He appeared in front of Shen Wuk again. The Tai Chi godly domain protected him, and his aura became more condensed. He kept practicing the technique while attacking Shen Wuk. He punched continuously. Bang! 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 A series of muffled noises were heard as he moved. Like a celestial being, he floated gracefully and struck Shen Wuk again and again. His punches and palms didn't destroy Shen Wuk's body, but he kept coughing up blood. His face twisted because of the intense pain, and the Demon Slayer purple tattoos on his body were messed up. Enough! Shen Wuk roared angrily. Saint power surged all over his body. The power of the Demon Slayer was like a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years, suddenly erupting. It became extremely thick, and the purple Demon Slayer ancient runes on the surface of his body and face became even denser. His aura was terrifying. In an instant, the space around him was completely filled with devil extermination ancient runes. Every strand of Devil Extermination ancient runes exuded a destructive aura. It was unknown how many times stronger than the Devil Extermination ancient regions. Devil Extermination ancient region. Kill! He roared. He controlled the Demon Slayer ancient tattoos in the sky and charged toward Lin Tian. The surging Demon Slayer power boiled, freezing and destroying everything. As this aura appeared, the cultivators in the Nirvana wilderness couldn't help but tremble. Retreat! Retreat! Someone shouted. At that moment, the demon-slaying power that Shenwuk had unleashed was simply too terrifying. Even though these ordinary cultivators were already very far away, they could still feel the threat of death looming over them. Terrified, they quickly retreated, afraid that they would be contaminated by Shenwuk's demon-slaying power. If that were to happen, only death would await them. Even people as strong as the White Tiger and the little Taichu couldn't help but be moved at this moment. They retreated like the other cultivators. Lin Tian hovered in the air. Naturally, he could sense how terrifying Shenwuk's Demon Slayer power was. As the Demon Slayer power surged out, Lin Tian's newly comprehended Taiji domain began to tremble. Then cracks appeared on it. It was like a candle in a storm, about to be extinguished at any moment. Far from perfect, he muttered to himself. Although he was much more familiar with how to use the saint energy in his Tai Chi godly domain, he was still very far away from achieving full mastery. I'll use your demon-slaying power to transform again. He looked at Shenwuk, who was bearing down on him. His eyes deepened. Using the Taiji domain to protect himself, he faced Shenwuk head-on. In the blink of an eye, he collided with Shenwuk. Boom! The demon-slaying power collided with the Taiji domain. Divine rainbows filled the sky. He moved his body. His heart was filled with the essence of Tai Chi, which was to use one force to create 10,000 spells and use one force to restrain 10,000 forces. He continuously deduced and comprehended the Tai Chi divine domain, clashing fiercely with Shenwuk's demon slayer power. Ka! 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 Crisp sounds rang out. In the demon-slaying power that filled the sky, more and more cracks appeared on his Taiji domain. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. 2 hours later, the Tai Chi divine domain was completely shattered by the surging power of the Devil Slayers. His Grandmaster technique is broken. This, the demon-slaying ancient technique, is indeed stronger. In the Nirvana wasteland, the cultivators were shocked. In the distance, the White Tiger and little Taichu were shocked. The 9 young cultivators of the Celestial Court nodded. They seemed to be relieved. The demon-slaying ancient technique is the ultimate killing technique. It was created to slay demons. Normal techniques can't block it. One of them said, boom! In the middle of the Nirvana wasteland, the demon-slaying power surged like a tidal wave. Purple patterns covered the entire area. Reincarnation body, you're not bad. Not bad at all. You're the first in our generation to be able to fight with me for so long. Unfortunately, the result is the same as the others. Defeat. Shenwuk's eyes were sharp. More purple patterns appeared on his body and cheeks. His demon-slaying power surged again. I'll use my strongest technique to suppress you. Demon-slaying. As soon as the words demon-slaying were uttered, the sky trembled. It was as if it was going to fall in the next moment. Because of this, the entire space had become much dimmer. The thick demon-slaying power pressed down on Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. It was like a destructive tidal wave. It pressed down mercilessly. However, at this moment, the shattered Tai Chi domain appeared again outside of Lin Tian's body. Yin and Yang auras intertwined. An extremely condensed Tai Chi diagram appeared. It was mixed with an even more vast aura. It enveloped the entire area. The thick demon-slaying power pressed down. It was as if it had encountered a barrier. It was blocked and could not press down. Reincarnation body, his Grandmaster technique, has appeared again. and it seems to be even stronger. In the Nirvana wasteland, the cultivators were shocked. When the white tiger and little Taichu saw this, they were shocked at first. Then, joy appeared on their faces. The 9 young cultivators of the celestial court were shocked. How can this be? Just now, when the Tai Chi domain broke, the 9 of them heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that Lin Tian was powerless and that his last means of resistance had failed. However, they did not expect that in the blink of an eye, the Tai Chi domain would reappear outside of Lin Tian's body. Moreover, it was clearly more condensed than before. Its aura was even more shocking. In the middle of the wasteland, Shen Wuk was also shocked. His expression changed. He stared at Lin Tian and said, "You!" His strongest attack, the strongest demon-slaying form of the demon-slaying ancient technique, had been blocked by Lin Tian. Outside of Lin Tian's body, the condensed Tai Chi domain surrounded him. The yin and yang aura was vast and distant. It made him look even more ethereal. He looked even more like a deity. "In my generation, I am the best." He looked at Shen Wuk. His voice was calm, but it was filled with firm confidence. It also carried a kind of majesty that looked down on the world. Then he moved. He took a simple step, and his entire person seemed to disappear from the world. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Shen Wuk. It was as if he had teleported. Shen Wuk's expression changed again. He was shocked by Lin Tian's ghostly speed. He quickly retreated. Chapter 2064. Lin Tian's eyes were deep and his expression was calm. A simple punch landed on Shen Wuk's body, causing Shen Wuk to tremble violently. This time, everyone in the Nirvana wasteland was shocked. The powerful Shen Wuk actually screamed in pain after being hit by this punch. Shen Wuk, actually, the cultivators were in disbelief. The first divine son of the celestial court, Shen Wuk, was vaguely known as the first young paragon of the void world. But now, such a powerful figure actually screamed in pain after being hit by Lin Tian's simple punch. If they didn't see this with their own eyes, who would believe it? Far away, the 9 young cultivators of the celestial court were also shocked. This was the first time they had seen Shen Wuk scream in pain after being hit by someone. The screams continued in the Nirvana wasteland. Lin Tian's punch looked ordinary, but a terrifying internal force penetrated Shen Wuk's body. It was similar to the meteorite fist that Shen Wuk had learned before. It attacked the outside and injured the inside, but the consequences were far from comparable to the meteorite fist. This was because this punch had even injured Shen Wuk's soul. Again, Lin Tian's expression was calm. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky. His body moved, and another punch landed on Shen Wuk's body. With a bang, Shen Wuk was hit again. There were no injuries on his body, but he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Lin Tian raised his hand and shook it slightly. Shen Wuk, who had been sent flying, seemed to be sucked in by an invisible force. He returned to his side and was hit by another punch. After that, Lin Tian's punches didn't stop. His punches were clearly slow, but shadows of punches filled the sky. For a moment, bangs sounded one after another. Shen Wuk was like a punching bag, continuously receiving Lin Tian's punches. However, one had to admit that Shen Wuk was really strong. At this moment, under the terrifying power of Lin Tian's punches combined with the Tai Chi domain, he actually managed to break free. Reincarnation body, he roared furiously. The devil, slaying ancient marks on his body, became even denser. It was as if his entire body was about to be enveloped by the purple ancient marks, with a rumble and even more terrifying demon slayer force intertwined, as if wanting to annihilate this entire area. The first of my generation is me. Kill. He wielded the power of demon slayers that filled the sky and crazily pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent as he faced him head-on. The Taiji godly domain intertwined with the aura of yin and yang, as well as the boundless aura. The Taiji Yin-Yang diagram spun, directly isolating Shinwuk's all-encompassing demon-slaying power. Then he punched again, landing a solid punch on his opponent's chest. This time, the force of his fist was no longer the same as before. Instead, it became more ferocious, like a meteor crashing down from the heavens. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. This time, Shinwuk was directly penetrated. A transparent, bloody hole appeared in his chest. Then, cracks began to appear around the bloody hole. Like a spider web, they spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, 3 breaths passed. Shinwuk's physical body exploded with a poof. However, Shinwuk was very strong. His spiritual soul was extremely tough. Even though his physical body was destroyed, his spiritual soul was not destroyed. In the blink of an eye, he reformed his physical body. He stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. "You can't do it." Lin Tian was very calm. With the Taiji godly domain protecting him, he took a step forward and crossed the boundless distance. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Shinwuk. Without any superfluous words or actions, he simply punched out again. Pooh! Another overbearing punch. Shinwuk did not even have time to react before he was smashed into pieces. "Damn it!" Shinwuk roared. His spiritual soul shone brightly as he reformed his physical body. He stared at Lin Tian. The Demon Slayer Ancient technique boiled. The Demon Slayer ancient runes that filled the sky intertwined and pressed down on Lin Tian again. Lin Tian's eyes were still bright as he faced the attack head-on. With the Taiji godly domain protecting him, he continued to perfect it. Then, with the Taiji godly domain's attacks, he alternated between punches and palms. Pooh! 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 Next, blood splattered again and again. Shinwuk's physical body was smashed into pieces again and again. In the blink of an eye, another hour passed. Shinwuk was smashed into pieces for the 13th time. His spiritual soul was still not destroyed. However, cracks appeared. It was like a cracked piece of ceramic that was about to shatter completely in the next moment. His essence, chi, and spirit were at their lowest. Shinwuk lost. In the Nirvana wilderness, hundreds of thousands of cultivators were shocked. Some could not help but mutter to themselves. At this point, these people could see that Shinwuk no longer had the ability to fight against Lin Tian. His defeat was certain. Is this the ability of the strongest body type? He's only 7 levels away from Shinwuk's cultivation, but many people were stunned. The powerful Shinwuk was the first divine son of the celestial court. His cultivation was at the peak of the Holy King stage, and he had mastered the legendary Demon Slayer ancient skill. He was the first young paragon in the heaven of Nihility realm. His cultivation was 7 levels higher than Lin Tian's, but now he was defeated by Lin Tian, who was only at the 2nd level of the Holy King stage. In an instant, everyone truly recognized the terror of the reincarnation body. The strongest body type and the strongest bloodline lived up to its name. Good, good, good. Brat, well done. When the White Tiger and Little Taichu saw this scene and saw that Shinwuk's defeat was certain, they were naturally excited. In the distance, the other 9 young cultivators of the celestial court were also shocked. Then, cold light shone in their eyes. Boom! In the middle of the Nirvana wilderness, holy power surged. Shinwuk roared. He did not believe that he would lose. He attacked Lin Tian crazily, and the Demon Slayer power filled the sky. However, it was futile. Lin Tian protected himself with the Taiji godly domain. The Demon Slayer power could not suppress him at all. It was useless. Bang! Once again, Lin Tian punched and sent Shinwuk flying. Shinwuk's physical body exploded, and blood splattered in the void. Damn it! Shinwuk roared. His immortal spirit shone brightly, and his physical body quickly reformed. It's over. At this moment, Lin Tian's voice rang out. There was a trace of indifference in his voice. He took a step forward and approached Shenwuk. Outside his body, the Taiji godly domain shook. He punched again. The yin-yang diagram appeared at the tip of his fist. It was vast and ferocious. He punched toward Shenwuk, causing the sky to tremble. It directly froze the space around Shenwuk. A destructive aura intertwined at this moment, causing all the cultivators in the Nirvana wilderness to tremble. This punch was too powerful. It was too terrifying. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of swords rang out. 9 beams of sword light slashed toward Lin Tian. Each of them was extremely sharp. They were aimed at the center of Lin Tian's eyebrows. The speed was frightening. In the distance, the other 9 young cultivators of the celestial court made their moves. They stepped forward together. After the 9 beams of sword light, 9 different divine skills pressed down at the same time. Chapter 2065. The 9 sword rays slashed down, and the 9 divine arts of the 9 sects pressed down. The 9 young cultivators of the celestial court stepped into the middle of the wilderness, and their spirit, chi, and spirit were all extremely powerful. They were like 9 furnaces, and wherever they stood, the air would sizzle. This, the 2nd to 10th son of God of the celestial court, are also here. Are they going to attack the reincarnation body together? The cultivators in the Nirvana wasteland were all shocked. In the distance, White Tiger and Primal's expressions changed as well. They were infuriated, but they didn't make a move because they were still only at the Saint Realm. Even if they were infuriated, they couldn't do anything to help Lin Tian. They couldn't charge out at this moment because they would only bring trouble to Lin Tian and become a burden to him. Moreover, they had talked to Lin Tianjiao before coming here. They had guessed that Shenwuk couldn't be the only young paragon in the Sky Court. There must be other young experts in this place. Therefore, although they were very angry at this scene, they weren't surprised at all. In the middle of the Nirvana wasteland, Lin Tian faced the 9 people's attacks. He temporarily stopped his attack on Shenwuk and moved a few hundred feet away to avoid the 9 people's attacks. Are you also the young supreme beings of the celestial court? A bunch of trash. He looked at the 9 people and said calmly. The 9 young men of the celestial court looked at him coldly. Lin Tian's words were calm, but they were full of sarcasm. Reincarnation body, you are too arrogant. One of them said coldly. They could be ranked in the top 10 of the young generation of the celestial court. Each of them was extremely powerful. They could be considered the top 10 of the young generation of the heaven domain. However, they were called trash by Lin Tian. This made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Arrogant? I'm just stating a fact. Lin Tian spoke, still extremely calm. He swept his eyes over Shenwuk, who was saved by the 9 young supreme beings from the celestial court, saying, one-on-one, even though your cultivation levels are much higher than mine, you still aren't my opponent. I don't have confidence, so I already plan to have all 10 of you come at me together. However, even if the 10 of you attack together, you'll still be nothing more than clay chickens and pottery dogs. You'll still lose miserably. As he spoke, he moved again. He took a simple step forward and walked toward the 10 people. The Tai Chi divine domain circled around his body. He was like a divine spirit walking between heaven and earth. His entire being exuded a transcendent aura. The eyes of the 9 young men from the celestial court grew even colder. Even more astonishing, saintly might intertwined around their bodies, making them very intimidating. No one has ever dared to speak to us like this. One of them said coldly. Then all 9 of them moved. Their saint power surged like 9 ferocious primordial beasts as they charged towards Lin Tian. Shenwuk's face was ghastly pale. Purple runes intertwined all over his body as he healed his injuries. Then he charged forward with the other 9 people. Now he was very clear about his own situation. He was no match for Lin Tian one-on-one. He could only fight them together. This was because they were under the orders of the masters. Their ultimate goal was to capture Lin Tian and bring him back. They could not afford to make any mistakes. Boom! The 10 of them moved together. 10 monstrous waves of saint power intertwined, causing the entire Nirvana wasteland to shake violently once again. It was as if a huge earthquake had occurred in this place. It was as if everything was about to collapse. This really attacked the reincarnated body together. In the Nirvana wasteland, the group of cultivators could not help but tremble. The 10 most powerful deities of the celestial court were all at the peak of the Sage King realm. Now, they were actually attacking one person together. Their auras, they're all so powerful. Many cultivators were shocked. They could feel that the auras of the 2nd to 10th deity of the celestial court were not much weaker than that of the first deity, Shinwak. They were only a hair's breadth away. Crack! 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 Crisp sounds could be heard. In the Nirvana wasteland, the void was constantly cracking because of the auras of the 10 deities of the celestial court. The 10 of them worked together, and their killing power was terrifying. They attacked Lin Tian from 10 different directions, completely sealing off the surrounding space. They did not give Lin Tian any space to dodge. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. The 10 of them were all extraordinary, and their spirits were imposing. However, his expression did not change in the slightest as he faced their attacks. You guys can't do it. With the Tai Chi divine territory protecting his body, he took a simple step forward and blocked off all the superpowers and secret skills that the 10 of them were using. His steps were as illusory as Tao. In a flash, he appeared beside the 3rd deity of the celestial court and punched him. The 3rd deity of the celestial court was shocked by Lin Tian's speed. His eyes narrowed and he quickly retreated. However, Lin Tian's speed was very fast, and so was his punch. It was a simple punch, but it seemed to break through the limits of space and landed on the 3rd deity of the celestial court in the blink of an eye. Bam! With a muffled groan, the 3rd deity of the celestial court was sent flying a few hundred feet away. Bright red blood splattered in the void. Lin Tian's expression was very calm. His steps were simple, but it was as if he was walking on Tao marks. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from where he was and appeared beside the 7th deity of the celestial court. Without any complicated movements, he threw out a palm and destroyed the saint light outside the 7th deity's body. It landed on his face. Slap! The sound of a slap was heard. The 7th deity of the celestial court was sent flying. Teeth mixed with blood floated in the void. It was a shocking sight. Such a scene caused all the cultivators in the Nirvana wasteland to involuntarily tremble. 10 god princes of the heavenly court had attacked together, but now 2 of them were sent flying in the blink of an eye. Among them, the 7th god prince was even slapped in the face. At the same time, the faces of Shinwak and the other 7 deities of the celestial court became very ugly. Use all your strength. Don't hold back. The 2nd deity of the celestial court said in a low voice. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Tian's figure appeared beside him. You bam! Lin Tian threw out a punch. It was simple and direct. It landed on the face of the 2nd deity of the celestial court, shattering half of his face. Then he used the Tai Chi godly domain to protect his body and continued to move forward. His speed gradually increased. He appeared in front of the other 7 deities of the celestial court one after another. He threw out a simple punch and punched each of them. This made all the cultivators in the Nirvana wilderness tremble violently. Many of them could not help but tremble. The 10 deities of the celestial court attacked together, but they were all sent flying by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. This matter was too frightening. Even the white tiger and the little Tai Chu were shocked. Their eyes widened. The Tai Chi godly domain that this kid has comprehended is so powerful. He actually disintegrated the combined forces of the 10 deities so easily. The white tiger was shocked. Chapter 2066. In the Nirvana wasteland, The 10 shensis of the celestial court were all sent flying in the blink of an eye, shocking all the cultivators in the wasteland. With Shenwuk as the leader, the 10 most powerful shensis of the celestial court steadied themselves and looked at Lin Tian with ashen faces. Just now, they all saw how powerful Lin Tian was, but they didn't think that Lin Tian could stop the 10 of them by himself. But now, when they really started fighting, the result of the battle was hard for them to accept. They were all injured in the blink of an eye, and Lin Tiandao's "you guys can't do it" made them feel even more humiliated. They were the 10 most powerful people of the younger generation of the celestial court. They could be said to be the 10 most powerful young supreme beings in the heaven domain. But now they were called "you guys can't do it" by someone whose cultivation level was lower than theirs by 7 small levels. Use your full strength. Shenwuk gritted his teeth. The 10 of them stood together at this time, and each of them pushed their saint power to the limit. With Shenwuk, who had mastered the Demon Slayer ancient skill, as the leader, the violent saint power completely froze the space around them. The destructive waves were extremely dense at this time. Attack! The second shensi of the celestial court said coldly. The 10 of them worked together and moved again. They were like 10 ferocious beasts that pressed down on Lin Tian. For a moment, the sky shook violently as if it was going to collapse in the next moment. Lin Tian stood in the void and faced the full force of the 10 of them. Even with the newly comprehended Tai Chi godly domain protecting his body, the pressure still rose. There was even the threat of death. The 10 of them really used their full strength. It was really terrifying. However, the expression on his face didn't change at all. It was still indifferent, but his eyes were deeper. "You guys can't do anything to me," he said coldly. Even though he faced the full force of the 10 of them and felt the threat of death, he was still very confident. He stepped forward, the Tai Chi godly domain protecting his body. His fists and palms worked together as he waved them one after another. Boom! 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 The intense battle caused the void to rumble continuously. It was as if it was going to collapse in the next moment. The scene was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. Even though he had the protection of the Taiji divine domain, he was still sent flying by the combined attacks of the 10 people. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. However, as he was sent flying, his fist also landed on the 5th divine child of the celestial court. The power of the fist did not seem to be fierce, but in fact, its power was extremely terrifying. It sent the 5th divine child flying, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood before exploding in the void. Damn it! This person reformed his physical body and looked at Lin Tian with an ashen face. The murderous intent in his eyes grew colder. Lin Tian steadied himself. Saint power swirled around his Taiji domain, and the blood at the corner of his mouth evaporated in the blink of an eye. Again, his voice was calm and indifferent. He took the initiative to attack the 10 people and stepped forward. The Taiji divine domain was surrounded by the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. It was mixed with the yin-yang aura and a special vast aura, causing his steps to become very ethereal. He threw out a simple punch, causing fist shadows to fill the sky. He attacked the 10 divine children of the celestial court at the same time. The 10 divine children of the celestial court, led by Shenwuk, attacked with all their might. They used different divine techniques, one after another. In the blink of an eye, the center of the Nirvana wasteland turned into the core of destruction. Waves of destructive aura spread out. Lin Tian circled around the Taiji divine domain and fought the 10 people at the same time. While using the Taiji divine domain to protect himself, he also used divine techniques, such as the Ling Tian sword manual and the 4-symbol seal. They coordinated their attacks and continuously perfected the Taiji divine domain. For a moment, 11 figures clashed in the center of the Nirvana wasteland. The intense battle caused the void to crack. Blood splashed in the void. There was blood from the 10 divine children of the celestial court, as well as Lin Tian's blood. In the blink of an eye, the battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days and 3 nights of battle, whether it was Lin Tian, Xinwuk, or the rest of the 10, they had all used up a lot of their energy. Their faces were pale, and the divine light outside their bodies had also become much weaker. It was also at this time that Lin Tian appeared beside the third divine child of the celestial court. He once again held up the divine path reincarnation diagram. Die. His voice was cold. The Taiji divine domain protected his body, and the divine path reincarnation diagram pressed down mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, the divine path reincarnation diagram crushed all the divine light that the third divine child of the celestial court had created. It landed directly on his body. With a poof, the third divine child of the celestial court exploded. Only his divine soul was barely preserved, and he retreated pathetically. I told you earlier. Die. Lin Tianling said. He held the divine transformation talisman in his hand and slapped down. The third divine child of the celestial court's divine soul trembled. He could feel how terrifying the divine transformation talisman in Lin Tian's hand was. He couldn't help but yell, "Stop!" But how could Lin Tian stop? The divine transformation talisman pressed down even faster, landing directly on the third divine child's divine soul. No. The third divine child of the celestial court roared with unwillingness and desperation. The next moment, his divine soul cracked and was destroyed by the divine transformation talisman. Instantly, many cultivators in the Nirvana wilderness couldn't help but tremble. After 3 days of intense battle, 1 against 10, Lin Tian had mercilessly killed the third divine child of the celestial court. Good, good, good. Brat, well done. The white tiger shouted excitedly. Yeah. The little Taichu waved its little paws in the air, cheering for Lin Tian. Xinwuk and the others' faces turned extremely ugly. The 10 of them had attacked Lin Tian together, but now one of them had been killed by Lin Tian. I already said that you guys can't do it. Lin Tian said coldly. Looking at Xinwuk and the others, he moved again. The Tai Chi divine domain protected his body, and the divine path reincarnation diagram pressed down again. He used the Tai Chi divine domain to isolate all of the 9 people's skills and powers, and used the divine path reincarnation diagram to attack. Their coordination was perfect. Divine light intertwined around the bodies of Xinwuk and the others. They faced Lin Tian and attacked together, each of them using a powerful divine skill. Reincarnation body, don't be so smug. You won't be able to last long. Even if you kill 5 or 6 of us in the end, you'll still be suppressed in the end. No matter how strong you are, your divine power is limited. You can't stop all of us. The second divine child of the celestial court said coldly. His divine power was boundless, like a rolling sea, pressing down on Lin Tian. You think too much. There's only one ending, and that's you all being destroyed. Lin Tian replied coldly. The Tai Chi divine domain protected his body, and the divine path reincarnation diagram vibrated, collapsing all of the killing power. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the second divine child of the celestial court. The second divine child of the celestial court was shocked. Lin Tian was too fast, and the aura of the divine path reincarnation diagram was too strong. He didn't dare to face it alone, so he quickly retreated and dodged. Don't retreat. Die. Lin Tian said coldly. The Tai Chi divine domain protected his body, and his speed suddenly increased. In an instant, he blocked his opponent's path of retreat, and the divine path reincarnation diagram pressed down mercilessly. Moreover, at this time, the divine path reincarnation diagram he used was even more powerful than before. Its aura was incomparably terrifying. Facing this even more terrifying divine path reincarnation diagram pressing down, the second divine child of the celestial court was shocked. You, poof!